Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Zelda Speedruns, where we're doing some shenanigans today. We or Chris, this is the Tears of the Kingdom waiting room, right? That's
That
what we're doing today.
correct, and shenanigans couldn't be more correct.
So, one final send off to the game we've known and loved for several years, Breath of the Wild. We're going to do an all shrines race that hopefully will be done before Tears of the Kingdom is out. But I'm not going to call that right now. We will see.
If it
Orcus,
takes 2 weeks, we got very big problems. We'll see.
Orcus, what the fuck are we doing here today?
The fuck that we're doing is we're gonna try to get all of the shrines in the video game with any methods that we have at our disposal, and we're going to beat the game at the very end. And it's gonna be very fast. So yeah, we're going to be doing also a relay format. So we have 8 total runners. On one side, we have the Zonai Zoomers, including ITNT Piston, Limcube, Fluff, and Xiao Xiami. And on the other side, we have Player 5, Rebecca Q Yang, Trevor SR, and some dude named Orchrist_GC who knows what the GC stands for. All right, so we are. Looks like we're more or less ready. The starting runners are going to be Xiao Xiami and Player Five, two of our better runners. They are places 1 and 2 on the leaderboards right now. So we're just getting make sure that everyone's readied up and starting a new game. So another thing to keep in mind for our listeners is that we're going to be doing our best to make sure that we get all our tech together. So this is a very complicated setup, not only for the runners but for ZSR as well, to make sure that we are getting 8 streams together at once and making sure that the transition between each player is seamless. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a work in progress here and there, but I'm sure that we're going to get it figured out.
Look,
Um,
we use the system maybe twice a year, so the fact that we got it up and working in with only 10 minutes after the start, I'm happy with. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, we got to knock the dust off and make sure that all the switches work. But shout outs to Cubs and Trez, making sure to get everything in order quickly. And yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting because, as well, I guess we're being a bit secretive about routes and such like that. But the players on my side, on the right side of the screen, player 5, are going to be doing the world record route, and we'll see what the other team is going to be going for. There are as you can imagine, with all shrines, a lot of different routes and different choices that you can make. There are a lot of different glitches that you can go for, but more or less, at some point, people are going to be doing the same kind of strats to get through these shrines. So I'm excited to see what direction these things go in. And a thing that you'll notice right away is that we are in English, which might be a little bit confusing to some people who've watched Breath of the Wild runs before. You might see the game in French or maybe even Italian if you've seen all dungeons, but it just so happens that for all shrines and, well, not necessarily 100%, but the fastest language for the console to be in is English for less required text boxes and other things. So at the very start, they're going to have to get out of the Shrine of Resurrection. And another kind of unusual thing that people probably don't see very often is we're going to have to go watch the opening cutscene. And what that does is that it starts the time of day cycle. Without that, we can't. Well, you technically could enter every shrine with the tricks that we have, but it happens to be faster to just make sure that you manipulate time of day correctly to get into all the shrines that require time of day. So we're just going to continue on straight instead of going out the side of the cave as you might see normally. And the first trick they're going to do is a scope clip, and player 5 gets into a nice position, nice angle pretty quickly, clips out first. And then they're going to be running out of bounds into a somewhat specific crevice in the wall and putting a leaf in their eyes. So that lets you know that they're in the right position to clip back in bounds. So another side thing, if you're doing the math, this game has 120 shrines. We have 4 runners per team, so each person is going to do 30 shrines. So they're going to be going through the early game stuff and getting through Hyrule Castle, I believe, and getting to Death Mountain, and that's where we're going to see the next runner. So all they got to do to get out, very simple, just target hop to the left a little bit, and Link just pushes his way out. And they're going to grab a little bit of food, and they're also going to grab tree branches. It looks like already we know that Xiao is going to be doing a different route. So he's picking up 4 tree branches, which means that their setup for the inventory slot transfer is going to be very different than what we're doing. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Player 5 makes his way to the first Boko camp, where we're picking up a little bit more food and, most importantly, a shield, which we get very quickly. And gonna get some safety peppers and mushrooms for some healing a little bit later on, but they're also going to come into play as we get into the really heavy glitchy side of this run. And the first thing they have to do is get to the Temple of Time, where we're going to get a bow and we're going to get some arrows. But a very important glitch is coming up soon. It's one that's really made this category a lot more consistent, and that goes for a lot of other Breath of the Wild categories. We have the BLSS, the Bow Lift Smuggle Slide, which you've definitely seen before. It involves hold smuggling and a couple other glitches, one called B-Lock. And the idea is that you use that state and a step-up animation to force Link to kind of like glide through the air. And you use the kind of friction of an object, in this case a pot, to force him to the side and backward. And that lets us glide through the air without the use of stamina or any other kind of like damage boosts. And then we're using a shield clip to get through the walls, pop into the shrine. And you're seeing the difference in time so far is just Xiao picking up some extra tree branches and a couple other things, but it's mostly about even as far as execution goes. All right, so the first shrine is the bomb shrine, number 1 of 120. Basically, the run's over. We're going to be getting the bombs, and we're going to be able to do the wind bomb trick, which is one of the more broken glitches in the game. It's one you're going to see quite a bit in this run. It's basically just a damage boost. If you've seen any other speed runs where players use damage to boost themselves higher or somewhere else with greater speed, same kind of deal, but with a lot of finesse and technicalities behind it for this run. So we place one bomb behind the other, use bullet time, let the interaction of bullet time launch Link. Player 5 went for... Oh, no. He went for what we call the Gamer Wind Bomb, which sends you all the way to the monk, but he accidentally blew himself up. And unfortunately, Xiao got the perfect launch, so he's going to be pulling ahead for a bit here. And instead, Player 5 is going to go for the safer Wind Bomb. And then going to be setting up a quick little BLSS to kind of glide to the next side of the shrine. There you go. So, a bit of a setback, but not a big deal. There's a lot that can go wrong in these All Shrines runs, so definitely not any kind of concern just yet. So the first thing we're going to do after the first shrine is we're going to talk to the old man. It's a forced cutscene. We don't really have any option of skipping this at the moment, but he just wants us to go to the Great Plateau Tower and unlock it. And unlike most other games or other categories of this game, we're going to follow instructions now. We're going to go to the Great Plateau Tower. Why exactly? Well, raising the tower lets us open shrines normally. Without it, we would have to then clip into every shrine, which would be slower. So it just makes it a lot easier and a lot more convenient. And also, it gives us the option to warp to shrines as well, which you're going to see about 10 times per side, about 10 warps, 11 warps in the entire route. So saves quite a bit of time to be able to warp as well. True, Limcube. He probably thinks that we already have. I think this is a conversation telling us we should go back there to look around, but regardless, we're going to the tower, unlike a lot of other categories. So we have a brief cutscene here, and you might be wondering, well, we got the tower, but now we're going to have to get off, and there's a long cutscene after. And while the cutscene after activating tower in this wrong order is kind of funny, it's also very slow. And there are two big issues preventing us from getting off the tower. One is fall damage. We won't be able to escape without taking damage, which is easy to solve. The other issue is there's an invisible barrier, like a cylinder, surrounding the tower. And what that's going to do is prevent any normal wind bombs or any BLSSs from slipping around. So they're going to do a somewhat precise wind bomb to just pop over that barrier and then use what we call a fall damage cancel to survive the fall and land hopefully right in front of the Magnesis Shrine. And on player 5's side, I'm more than certain that he has DLC installed, so he'll be getting the Ruby there. And I'm not certain what this. Oh, looks like Xiao hit the barrier. You see it kind of banked to the left there. That can happen if you don't go quite high enough. But he survived, so that's good. And it looks like he's looking for an advantageous BLSS spot to just slip back over to the Magnesis Shrine. On player 5 side, he's going for that wind bomb. And looks like Xiao did skip the ruby. So he's going to induce lag, recover, and then do a fall damage cancel, and there we go. A bit far to the right and a bit short, but a better result. So that narrows the gap slightly. We have Xiao downloading the rune and player 5 just entering the shrine. And this is a required rune. Some people might be thinking, well, if we know what we're doing, why do we have to get all the runes? It's at the moment a requirement that we get all the runes to complete all 4 of the plateau shrines. If we don't complete all 4 plateau shrines, we can't get the paraglider. If we don't have the paraglider, the game won't let us leave plateau. It's definitely something that will be broken at some point in the future. Right now, we don't really have any practical way of doing that without some pretty heavy save data corruption and new game plus shenanigans. So we do have to unfortunately get this mostly useless Magnesis rune. I couldn't tell you how many times we actually use it in an any percent or in an all shrines run. It might be under 20 times. We'll see. And both are looking to opt for the easier and safer running route instead of going for any kind of risky wind bombs. So that's 2 shrines down for both runners. And then they're going to be making their way to the Stasis Shrine. And it's, I think, maybe the hardest part of this plateau route because you have to take a kind of a risky path going uphill and through some trees. And then you have to do a somewhat difficult wind bomb to get up to the Stasis Shrine, and it can fall short a bit sometimes, or maybe you can fail it with Ragdoll glitch, or who knows. Looks like Xiao's getting a pretty good path, but he bumps a tree on the side, slows him down slightly, and hits a rock as well. Player 5 is coming up just behind, building up speed. He's making sure to take a pretty careful path up this dirt pathway here. Xiao climbs a tree and scopes at a specific spot. Gets a pretty nice launch. Just nicely clears the ledge. Nice, nice. Player 5 going for the same thing. Gonna make sure to quickly get up to the top, scope, and get into his wind bomb. That looks good too. And I'm pretty certain that player 5 is going to be getting the sledgehammer inside of the stasis shrine. I don't know with Xiao's route and IST setup if he's going to get the sledgehammer. It might mess things up, perhaps, but we'll see. And this is another required but somewhat useless rune. We use it maybe under 20 times in the entire run. And that's me being a bit generous. It looks like Xiao is going to be going for a wind bomb to get to the sledgehammer. Just barely tucks into that corner. Nice. And he does get the hammer. Okay. And looks like player 5 is going to be opting to just run. Which, that quick little wind bomb to the sledgehammer might save at most about 5 seconds. It's not huge at all. And they're both kind of going for a quick little shield jump, boulder skip, whatever you want to call it, swifty jump to get through. Nice. And we're quickly moving on to our final shrine of Plateau, Cryonis. Alright, so like I said, we're not going to use stasis very much. This is Stasis's time to shine right here. It looks like Xiao is activating his amiibo rune first, though, and he's going to be picking up some speed ingredients. You get a carrot and some herbs, and those are going to no doubt come in handy for what he's going to be doing soon in the route. So they just hit the boulder 3 times of stasis and then angle it upward with an arrow. And then they chop down a tree as a convenient step-up point for their BLSS, using the square bomb to knock the boulder out of the way as well. Chi got the carrot, it's over. Pack it in, boys. All right. Now moving into the Cryonis Shrine. You could say this is maybe the easiest shrine to cheese, because it's just a simple wind bomb up to the monk, but sometimes Ragdoll doesn't really cooperate the physics of the game and decides to not send you all the way or bumps you back down and you perish, unfortunately. But we'll see what kind of RNG luck they get here after downloading. All right, Xiao making sure to erase Ragdoll, which is an interesting glitch we'll talk about a bit. That was a fun Ragdoll. Yep, RNG. So there's an unintentional glitch in this game called Ragdoll that prevents you from being launched. Basically, anytime you do a shield jump and unequip the shield manually midair, the game loses your coordinates momentarily. So the next time you get damaged heavily or try to launch yourself, Link just won't go anywhere. So every time they do a shield clip in a shrine or do some kind of jump like that, they have to make sure to clear the ragdoll somehow. And there are a few ways to do that that we'll go over later, but we'll keep the ragdoll glitch in mind for a little bit. So their distance between the two is relatively small now. Player 5's been creeping up slowly. And Xiao is going to be making his way to the Temple of Time, doing another BLSS. Having a little trouble stepping up, but there he goes. Getting a very nice angle from player 5. Kind of boosting him backwards in the direction he wants to go. Very nice. And then one last fall damage cancel here. Be very careful. And also make sure to not land in any holes. Oh, Xiao gets the very nice jump into the cutscene, making up a little bit of that lost time. Very nice. The swag. All right, so both players finishing plateau about 2 or 3 seconds apart from each other. Very nice. So the first thing that Xiao is going to be doing, I'm very certain, is he's going to get some elemental arrows on plateau. Yep, there he goes. So these are kind of a throwback now. We used to get these all the time for nearly every Breath of the Wild run outside of any percent. So seeing these come back is kind of interesting. And it obviously loses some time, but it's going to be a part of their inventory slot transfer setup and corruption setup later. So he's getting these arrows. Meanwhile, player 5 is heading to Bosh Kala, the first shrine after plateau, and just barely gets an unloaded. Very nice. The door loads right after, and Xiao is getting a little bit hecked by lag and causing him to fail the wind bomb. So he sacrifices one of his Hyrule herbs. Has to wait for his bomb cooldown as well. And he gets a very low wind bomb this time. He was going for kind of a max speed wind bomb with a bit of a turn, and that caused him to go a bit too low. Meanwhile, player 5 handles Bosh Kala in pure casual fashion. Filthy casual, but a safe casual. Xiao coming just behind him into the shrine. And they're going to be heading to Wagokato next. Wagokata, I mean. It's kind of I think this is going to be the first instance of a super launch we're going to see. So, in the middle of the launch and ragdolling, not that one. That was a failed wind bomb, unfortunately. Player 5 is going to induce lag by pressing the D-pad menu mid-launch. And that's going to cause the game a brief amount of lag. And then he's going to try to pause the game and pull the glider on the next frame, which it looks like I don't think he did get it, because this is landing pretty short. So I think he missed that super launch, unfortunately. But luckily the base speed was pretty good. And he needs to make sure to at least recover 1/2 heart to make sure he survives this wind bomb. So that failed wind bomb and super launch is going to give Xiao a little opportunity to catch up on some time. So he's going to go for the same thing, doing a slight turn, and he gets a near identical result. This game is excellent, no flaws whatsoever. And that was too much lag happening in the game. And the game just freaked out and stopped him. And it looks like Xiao's getting no lag initially, but he's able to just clutch out a super after that. But he's a bit low, so he's going to have to do a little running. So if you have any running or joggers emotes, now's the time. Player 5 cleanly taking care of the Wagokata Shrine, just doing a wind bomb and ricocheting off the wall to gently glide over. And then he's heading to the Hila Rao Shrine, doing another turn wind bomb setup. And he's going for just speed only, not a super launch. You can kind of make them even depending on how fast the launch is. I'm getting a good look at that ricochet strat again from Xiao. And he gets a good bounce and is able to pull the glider. Very nice. All right, so this is kind of a difficult early game shrine. Player 5 is going to go for a very careful turn and delay here, and he gets a good bounce, and he lands up on the wall. That's the good backup. If you get a bit lucky, you fly low enough that you can pull the glider and go straight to the monk, but very good. Well, there are some situations where if the distance you're traveling isn't very high, if you go for a super launch, the inputs will delay enough time where you will lose time to a perfect speed launch, or they'll end up evening out. So time spent in the menu versus no time spent in the menu with a relatively equal speed. So next, player 5 is going to be wind bombing to a ferry, which this is a static ferry. Xiao, meanwhile, doing a near identical wind bomb and ragdoll up onto this wall. And that ferry is going to come in very in handy soon. We're going to be duplicating that one to 999, if you can believe it. And on the way to the Kaiawan Shrine, player 5 is picking up a handful of endurance rooms. These are going to come up for endurance food to be used throughout the run. They're not necessary by all means, but they do help, so there's no reason to not get them. It's just a kind of a minor time loss along the way. We cook up our food during the IST setup, and then we duplicate it, is what's going to happen with both runners. So what you're seeing Xiao do is getting the ferry as well, and you're seeing player 5 enter Kaiawan and going to be wind bombing up to the upper level of Kaiawan and doing a BLSS to the end. And he was a little worried about dying there, which is a wise choice to eat there. And Xiao is going to be stopping as well to pick up some food items. And looks like player 5 is having a little bit of issue bouncing around. This is kind of the drawback of this strat. It's a bit safer, I guess, than just running through. You can have some execution errors, but the BLSS can push you the wrong direction. You end up getting stuck a bit. So you also see a difference in setup here right now with Xiao going for some wood as well, which is going to be part of a glitch he's going to do here in a second. So we're going to kind of leave what player 5 is doing, because what Xiao is going to do here in a couple minutes is going to be kind of hard to keep up with. He's going to be doing a trick called inventory slot transfer, which is very hard to explain and understand, but it's essentially inventory corruption. We're going to be confusing the game with different hold prompts and items, and we're going to be selling items that we're holding to give us what we call broken slots. And I'm sure I'm going to get corrected here. A lot of actuallys in the chat, but both runners are going to be going for the same glitch but different results, if that makes any sense. Right now, player 5 is buying some hot-footed frogs, which are going to go toward the glitch and toward speed elixir, and he's going to be BLSSing toward the Daka Tusk Shrine. And Xiao is going to be heading to Beetle, and he's going to be starting the glitch. And that's where all of the items that he's picked up so far are going to come into play. So player 5 strat in this next shrine is going to be doing a ragdoll fix and damage boost through a hole underneath the water. It only works with a ragdoll fix. It launches you further for some reason. So here we go. Xiao is making a pile of items. It looks like a pepper, a mushroom, endurance shroom, Hylian herb, and wood. And then he is holding the items in this weird state where they're stuck to his hand, and then talking to Beetle just before the items leave his hand. And then he's going to sell the items that he just held. And this is the slot breaking thing. What this does when you reload the game isn't really sure what to do with those inventory slots or what is occupied by them, so it's going to corrupt them and produce some different effects. So then Xiao picked up the items he dropped in a pile, and then he's holding them again. and sticking them to his hand and then selling them to Beetle. And those are then in turn breaking another handful of slots. So I think he's breaking 10. I'm not sure. Wasn't following closely enough. I think he's breaking 10 slots. Meanwhile, player 5 is wind bombing over to Kakariko. And now Xiao is making sure to buy hot-footed frogs. And he's going to cook a speed elixir with the carrot, a screw, and 3 frogs, which gives a speed elixir of 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And then cooking this pepper to kind of like occupy space, and cooking the endurance shroom as well. Meanwhile, player 5 is setting up his side of the glitch, his different setup. And Xiao is dropping some items to reorder his inventory. And then eating the items, saving, doing a lot of confusing motions and animations, dropping items. It all looks like witchcraft, but I swear it's very important. And then reloading the game with a certain set of items in his inventory and things unequipped. We are not doing the same route. On the other side, player 5 is cooking his speed elixir and a few endurance shrooms to make endurance food. And Xiao is going to then shoot an arrow and save and reload, which is going to start the corruption of the inventory. And then, and then clear the inventory again by eating and dropping things. And then making sure to drop the items again, which you can see they've already duplicated. He has way more tree branches and weapons than he did before. And meanwhile, player 5 is breaking his slots by holding mushroom, pepper, carrot, endurance shroom, and smotherwing. So it's looking like he's using a check item to make sure that his glitch is working, because he's going to be just corrupting fairies. Oops. He's just going to be corrupting fairies and speed elixirs, and he accidentally picked up his items, so he's going to have to kind of readjust here. But the result of this glitch on Xiao's side is, I believe he has several thousand normal fire and ice arrows. He has 999 fairies, or at least several hundred fairies, and he has several hundred speed elixirs as well to last the entire run. So that allows us to have full speed food for the entire run, and also not risk losing any health in any sections of the run. And I haven't been keeping an eye on what player 5 is doing, but it looks like he's having a lot of issues making sure to get the prompt that he wants. Okay, so it looks like he got the prompt that he wants, and he's broken the slots he wants. Now he has to equip that shield specifically, save, unequip, clear his food and item inventory, save and reload. Well, not save, but just reload. And meanwhile, Xiao is picking up speed, taking care of the Daka Test Shrine, using that damage boost strat we talked about. So now player 5 is just finishing up his side of inventory slot transfer, and he has to just save and reload as a last step, and that should give him all 999 fairies and all of the speed elixirs that he needs. And normally what you would do here is you would go talk to Impa to make sure that you spawn the dragons for the rest of the run, but we're actually going to be skipping that portion. So he's not going there at all, and Xiao is now heading up to Talo Neg immediately. So, and I believe that he's not going to be doing any upgrades either. So that's what that's going to mean is Xiao is now in the lead, technically. All right, so Xiao is now making sure to get shield skew, using a wind bomb to clear the cutscene, and then using that skew to clip through. And then here's where the ragdoll comes in. He bombs himself to clear that ragdoll, which you saw that Link didn't fly anywhere. That's correct. What Piston said is that they have a less time on their speed elixir buff. I didn't see which buff that player 5 got, but I assume it's a 7-minute and 10 buff as opposed to a 5-minute 10. So there will be a little bit of issues with having to menu a bit more. Not huge, but it does exist. And now we're going to be seeing our first shrine coordinate warp, which is, again, another difficult thing to explain. But essentially what it is elevator cutscene storage. When you activate a shrine, a little cutscene plays and it pulls you in. Turns out the game doesn't really care what elevator you go into or what elevator you get storage from. It just wants you to have that storage or have that activation to enter. And what Xiao did was he stored the activation, and then he is pause buffering the game in rhythm with a 60 beats per second metronome. And what this is doing is it's preventing the elevator from Taloneg from turning on, and he lands and it triggers instantly on landing. So that is a good first try SCW into the Laknaroki Shrine. This skips a ton of quests and other things. Like, in order to get into Laknaroki, you have to talk to Impa, you have to talk to Pura, take a picture of her, do a few quests, wait around for some guy to show up at the shrine, fight a Yiga Blade Master. Takes upwards to 20 plus minutes to do. And Xiao went ahead and took care of all of that in 2 minutes instead. So it saves a ton of time right there. And then it's up to player 5 to try and duplicate that feat first try. So you'll see him take out a weapon and aim down at the elevator, side hop and unequip shield. And he's trying to make sure to get the activation and jump out of the elevator. He's having a little issue getting that elevator activation. There you go. So then he bombs himself out to make sure that he clears the shrine. If he were to look back at the shrine at all right now or step on the shrine, he would get pulled back into Taloneg. And then he's going to do the same buffering to make sure to get into Laknaroki. So we'll be putting some prages in the chat for him. And on the other side, Xiao is making his way to the Mezzalo Shrine, which requires you to capture a deer. And I'm a bit... Okay, he has infinite stamina food, so it's no big deal. He just eats a stamina food and tames the deer. On the other side, player 5 is buffering and trying to make sure to land. You can take fall damage. Here, it's not a big deal. And I'm a bit worried right now that... oh, there it goes. Okay. There you go. So player 5 was just a bit too far away from the shrine, but he pulled just within range of the elevator and it pulled him in. So there you go. First try for both runners. Nice job. And they both picked up the Edge of Duality, I believe, on their way. That's going to help with chopping down some trees and getting wood for player 5, and also it'll help for the boss rush at the end of the run. Xiao takes care of putting the deer on the pedestal and then pulling the shrine out. You could, of course, do an SCW into this shrine, but there's no really convenient way to do it, and doing the small quest doesn't really lose much time. Xiao then wind bombs his way to the monk. Very nice, very clean. They're one shrine apart from each other right now, just one. Player 5 making sure to get some wood right now, which is going to come up at a couple times for the run to set time of day. That's my smoke alarm. Very sorry. I'm going to mute. My partner is cooking right now. It's all good. I promise.
No fire.
No fire. Just smoke or steam.
Panic basket.
Sorry,
Okay.
Uh, everything's good. Everything's fine. Player 5 making sure to take care of the deer. Xiao is doing a BLSS toward Zora's domain. And he's going to have to kind of carefully slip under I think it's called the Luto's Crossing or something. Yep. Hundo Brain knows what that is. There it is again. Fire alarm. Christ, I'm very sorry. Don't worry about it. All right, so Xiao, excuse me, went straight to the shrine. You're going to see player 5 stop at the shop to pick up a few bundles of ice arrows. And then he's going to be, I believe, doing the Daga Keek Shrine casually. There is an option to do another one of those buffered SCWs into the shrine, but that's a bit of a risk. It's faster, but it's a bit of a risk in this race relay format. So I imagine we're going to be seeing Xiao go ahead and take on this quest semi-casually. Fun fact for any people who've only played this game casually, yes, you get the ceremonial trident or whatever from... Oh, he's going for it. Never mind. Haha. So there we go. He's going to be getting elevator storage and making sure to clear the shrine. And then he's going to be buffering again to try and get near the Daga Keek shrine. Which he's going there. That's very ambitious. He's getting the amiibo rune out. Interesting. So now he's going to be turning the camera back toward Nia's Yoma and hoping that the cutscene will activate the moment that he lands. He's trying to be very careful to land in a specific spot. There it goes. PogChamp. That is indeed RNG, by the way. Basically, how this works is every item, every person, every thing in this game, and that includes shrine elevators, are assigned to a specific frame to load and unload based on Link's proximity to them. So when you leave the unload radius of the elevator, it's going to disappear on you, right? The idea of buffering is you skip the frame where it's unloading and allow it to stay in the game. However, you can just get unlucky because we don't know what that frame is assigned to at the moment. So it's RNG in the fact that you're just kind of guessing and hoping that it works out. But Xiao putting on a show here, making sure to get both first try. On the other side, player 5 is getting the duplicate trident, which you can use to enter Daga Keek instead of beating Varuta. Fun fact, it's just sitting down there in the water. And Xiao is making his way to So Kofi, which is our first... well, it's not going to be our first test of strength skip necessarily, but it is our first real test of strength. But you may imagine that fighting these guys is a bit slow, especially with the inventory that we have. So we're going to be going for a test of strength cutscene skip. And we're going to flip over this ledge with the bomb behind the other side of the screen, place the bomb behind you, and just pop over it and glide safely to the end. And then do a special setup to get shield skew on this ledge, and then clip through, and clip through the other wall as well, and then make sure to bomb ourselves too. And it looks like Xiao is picking up the metal bow, which is wise, because we're going to be going to Eldon soon. Other side, player 5 has the trident, and he's just wind bombing over to the terminal. This loses, I want to say, 30 seconds optimally. Both are pretty fast. Well, it may be a bit more than that, but you get the idea. Skipping this quest, skipping getting the spear, all that sort of stuff saves a bit of time. So next, Xiao is going to be knocking down this tree and setting up a BLSS off this ledge, which I think looks a bit nicer than going off the back of the elevator, as some runners will otherwise do. You have to kind of bank really hard to the right initially, and it's a bit awkward. So that looks pretty nice from Xiao. Meanwhile, player 5 is going to be finishing off the Dagakeek Blessing Shrine and then making his way to Sokofi. Xiao's shrine is pretty simple, just need to wind bomb over the cage, which you're seeing him do kind of a unique throw aim wind bomb. It's not a very common thing you'll see from a lot of runners, so it looks really smooth the way that he does it. I'm not exactly sure how it works input wise. I've tried to do it, it doesn't really make sense to me. But just pops over the cage, talks to the monk. Player 5 is now going to be getting in position to get towards Sokofi, which it looks like, okay, yeah. Just had a little menuing issue there. All right, Zhao is going to be going for a midair wind bomb, which can go one of two ways on this split specifically. I often get a pretty weak wind bomb here for some reason, and he is going to be stopping for some static choo-choos here, which show up under that tree right there. And this chew jelly is very important for the rest of the run, which we'll get into more of what it does, but the fact is we need it. And because it's nighttime, you're getting hecked a bit by the style Lizalfos, which is common, but, you know, there's ways to just kind of avoid them and get out of there quickly. But Xiao is going for the safe thing, just running away. Nurge Piston. So then player 5 is popping over the cutscene just as Xiao did and getting his skew. So that's a good question there by Silver Dog. So there is a tiny cutscene after you talk to the monk where you're able to skip. If you mash X, you get a infinitely long overworld load. If you hesitate a moment out until after the text disappears, which you'll see player 5 do here in a second, you'll see the overworld will start loading right away on the pause screen. So he waits a second, text disappears, press X, and then watch the Zelda logo. Starts filling up immediately. If you press X immediately, the game will hesitate for about 6 or 7 seconds before it starts loading. So it equals up to be a huge time save over 120 shrines. And if you fail to do that, you will stand to lose minutes over the course of the entire run. So there you're seeing player 5 use the back of the elevator to BLSS out of the shrine, and it's giving him that hard angle out, and he's having to kind of bank and correct it. So a bit of a different interpretation. It might end up being roughly the same to going over and chopping the tree down with a bomb, but is definitely harder to do. And meanwhile, Xiao is struggling a bit with some wind bombs to get over to Namaka Oz, but he's pulling it together nicely. Player 5 is taking care of the Sheirata Shrine, gets a nice ragdoll cancel against the monk cage, lands just on the stairs, calculated. And I'm joking a bit. That is somewhat RNG and somewhat consistent. If you kind of graze the front of the monk cage like that, he just kind of runs into it and stops where he is. I'm not sure we understand why. Like, I'm sure someone the likes of Swiffy could answer, but it happens occasionally, and that can just give you a nice little result there. Meanwhile, Xiao gets a nice clean test of strength skip and shield clip. Yeah, something like that, Trevor. So there's an instance and a source of pretty high frustration from All Shrines runners. There you saw player 5 slip down the ledge as he was trying to do a wind bomb. The bomb popped out. He had to blow it up, which any failed wind bomb like that stands to lose you 8 to 10 seconds. So that kind of thing can be kind of frustrating, especially when you're trying to play as close to sum of best as you can. Meanwhile, Xiao fails a turn wind bomb, detonated a little bit late, so he went too low and he has to go find a backup spot. And this Miro Shaz Shrine is a fun strat. If you pay attention carefully, all you do is hit it 5 times with a 2-handed weapon, and it will go perfectly into the hole. It's a casual player's nightmare of a shrine. I know we all struggled with it our first time, but it's actually a very simple solution. And then you just use a bomb to knock the plunger into the slab and head it over. And Xiao is going to be getting the Dinral scale, which this is a static item. It's always under this rock pile. And this is going to help us skip any need for spawning Dinral or any other dragons in the run for that matter, because it'll just let us enter the Spring of Power Shrine Tutsu Anima later on. And Xiao is going to be doing a bit of a different strat here. He's getting Cryonis ready. Which is going to give him some ice arrows here. He's going to freeze these Lizalfos so they leave him alone, which he has thousands of them, so there's no risk of wasting them. And meanwhile, player 5 is heading up to Namek Oz himself. And it looks like Xiao is killing this Lizalfos. I imagine to get, I guess, an arrow drop. Some kind of RNG arrow drop. Yeah, so he's going for some RNG arrow drops right now, which I haven't seen him do this before. It looks like he did get it. Nice. And then he's going to wind bomb very carefully up to this ledge, which is a pretty consistent setup, but it can be a bit risky if you miss it and land in the water. Then lighting the torch to make Saskosa pop in. Meanwhile, player 5 getting a nice, clean test of strength skip. And I think I have my numbers backward, but I think that there are 26 question mark tests of strength and 21 or 24 or something blessing shrines. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these tests of strength. So plenty of opportunities to analyze what the players are doing. So here you go again. Xiao popping over the cutscene trigger. No pillars to worry about. And on the other side, player 5 is trying to wind bomb up to the top of this stump to get up to a BLSS spot, but he kind of got hecked a little bit. This is one of the reasons why I don't like doing this personally. But this is going to allow him to BLSS very quickly to Hyrule Castle and directly to the Dinral scale. Except for maybe it actually looks like he is taking a bit of a... No, it's just the fog in the game and the video quality. He's heading to the Dinral scale. There you go. And because you get here so quickly, you actually have to hesitate. Nope, he had an instant load. Never mind. I don't know at all what I'm talking about. He gets the rock rubble to load right away and triggers the castle cutscene. And then Xiao is making his way into the library, where he's going to be taking the Lizzle Boomerang, which is going to come up in the boss rush later on. So very good that he has that now, in case anyone should forget it. Actually, that's a good reminder for myself. I'm going to have to make sure to not skip a Lizalfos Boomerang in my leg of the run. And then Xiao is wind bombing up to a set of ancient arrows, which are going to come up with Calamity later on. And player 5 is going for a mid-air turn to get up to the monk, which you're seeing why this can be risky. He ends up getting popped too high and goes off the side. And on the other side, Xiao got the Nadra scale, which is also a static item in the castle. Unfortunately, there's no Feroce scale, so we're going to be doing a shrine coordinate warp to get into the Sheikatha shrine later. And Xiao is going for a pretty difficult mid-air chain to get into the forest, and looks like he gets it just nicely. Very good. And he's picking up the Rusty Shield, which I'm pretty certain he's going to pick back up after he drops it in the shield into the hole here, which he may not actually because he already has a metal shield. We'll see what he chooses to do. On the other side, player 5 doing a test of strength. Does picking up, okay. And then we're going to just drag the chest across the water using this raft and kind of pushing it over the momentum of Magnesis. So there's one Magnesis use in the run, not a dead rune, Copium. And player 5 is going to be doing a similar path up to Korok Forest. I am pretty sure he's going to skip the Lizzle Boomerang in favor of us getting one later on in the route. And Xiao goes for a square first wind bomb to get to the shrine a bit quicker and is unable to pull the glider, but it hits the shrine, so no big deal. So now player 5 is heading up to the library himself, and he's going to ignore the Lizalfos, I'm sure, because he doesn't have shock arrows to disarm him, and head to the ancient arrows instead. And Xiao picked up the giant ancient core. Interesting. Player 5 accidentally didn't switch back his runes. And he made sure to blow up the square bomb, which is important when you go up here. Sometimes the bomb doesn't have enough distance to despawn. And he's heading to the Nadra scale as well. I'm curious why Xiao got that giant ancient core to exchange for Sheikah rockets. Sheikah rockets. Shock arrows could be. He picked up 2 bundles of shock arrows. We'll see. Ah, we're making a Tears of the Kingdom joke. Someone banned Piston for spoilers. All right. Meanwhile, Xiao is heading over to the follow Lost Pilgrimage, follow Oki shrine, which thankfully all we have to do is talk to the Korok to start the quest. Keck W. Thankfully, we're able to skip the Oki shrine and just wind bomb over. You have to be pretty careful to avoid voiding out. And player 5 gets into Korok Forest pretty cleanly, which this is a pretty quote-unquote easy entry into the forest. The void out zone is pretty narrow, so getting in is pretty easy as long as your launch speed is pretty high. But if you do void there, then it sends you back to castle. You do it again, loses 30, 40 seconds. You cry a bit, then you move on with your life. It's a joke. Don't worry about it. All right. Player 5 also heading over to the Kunsada Shrine. Meanwhile, Xiao is going to be heading in the direction of Ko Rug. He gets a turn wind bomb and doesn't go for super, and this should send him more or less on the safe path through the forest that Oki would be traveling. And he is going to be stopping in the... Okay, so we got the ancient core so we can buy rush rooms is what's going on here. There you go. Or maybe he is getting shock arrows. I think this sells for 240, or no, 200. Okay. So that is enough for some shock arrows. Okay. There you go. Limkey was correct. Which is a bit different than what he's been doing in the past. I know that he gets shock arrows in Castle, so maybe these are just race backups for safety. Who knows? This is also an instance that you're seeing on player 5 side of doing one of the rare backflip wind bombs in the route. And this one can be a bit scary because it goes through a void zone, but once you clear that first one, it's usually fine. Used to drop like 30, sure. Xiao is now clearing the KO Roog Shrine, which is a quick square first. Player 5 opted to not do the midair and try to, I think, improvise a wind bomb, which ended up not going in his favor. The prize for the winner is an advanced copy of Tears of the Kingdom that they must then fight for the death over. Smile. Player 5 now making his way to Oki, going for a backflip wind bomb, I believe, and also taking the opportunity to collect some wood, which is nice because, you know, should disaster strike, you want to be safe. It's true. Trevor's going to win. He fights dirty. It's a little bit of a different strat from player 5. A bit safer, perhaps. Meanwhile, Xiao is moving on to the test of wood. Don't get any ideas. And it's important for this quest that he doesn't unequip any of the items that the game force equips onto you. Otherwise, the game will make you start over. But he's going to do another very precise wind bomb to get through the fog here and hopefully get to the very end with no issues. Oh, it's coming out of Trez's pocket. He very graciously volunteered. So funny fact about this one, those two rocks on either side of Link right now are kind of goalposts. If you just run through or glide through them, then you'll finish. So it's best when you're trying to go through to kind of aim for those. And right now, Xiao is making sure to get his inventory in order by dropping the tree branches and getting his metal items. Because we're heading into Elden soon, and we want to be careful. And it looks like player 5 gets a nice launch toward KO Roog. Very nice. And he's going to be stopping in the tree shop as well, where he's going to get rush rooms. So these are going to be used for the boss rush at the very end. Luckily, we got a ringer on boss rushes, Trevor SR, who isn't at all intimidated about losing our speed elixir, or our attack up elixir, or food during the fight. Not even kind of. So next, Xiao is going to be doing our next Shrine Coordinate Warp to go into the Keira Ma Shrine, which is a pretty lengthy shrine where you have to talk to some Goron in the city, go check up on his brother, and take a rock roast up the hill. And it takes kind of a long time and not going to be a lot of fun. And it looks like Xiao unfortunately failed storage, which is about a 30-second time loss-ish, depending on if everything goes well after that. So a bit of a opportunity for player 5 to catch up. Again, doing a throw aim and unequip, and then getting storage and bombing yourself away from the shrine and looking away to make sure that the cutscene doesn't trigger. And then he is wind bombing through the fog, and then wind bombing up to a ledge up on the side of the mountain, and getting a bit low. Luckily, didn't ragdoll against the mountain and slip down. Very nice. Meanwhile, player 5 is also about to start the test of wood. Don't get any ideas. And Xiao just clearing that rock. He's got to be kind of careful to make sure to not lose or have his square bomb still spawned in. Okay, it's good. So now he's going to be heading in the direction of Keira Ma, which is kind of hard to see early on, but we know the way through these pointed rocks. And unfortunately for us, this kind of SCW is also RNG. You'll notice that he's not buffering or anything like we did the last couple of SCWs. but it is possible for the elevator to unload here. You're also seeing player 5 getting his chew jellies here in the forest instead. And he's going to be reading... nope, he's going to be putting down the chew jelly. Here we go. He's going to let it transform into a red chew jelly, and then transforming it into yellow, but picking it up on just the frame when it transforms, and that pulls you in. It's what we call an infinity SCW, where technically you could take this storage anywhere across the map and still get into that shrine you're going into. And the way that you get it to trigger is with a quick self-canceling text box, which you can do by transforming the chew jelly and then picking up the item just before it transforms into a new item. And then Xiao does a very precise mid-air wind bomb to get up the Greedy Hill Shrine. Very nice execution there. And then player 5 is going to be making his way to do the same thing. He just finished off the Mag Halan Shrine and is going to be heading to Kairama. And a quick note, this is not possible. These Infinity SCWs from any shrine. There are various special shrines this is possible from, and we'll go over those more a bit. But right now, Xiao, you'll notice, is locked in this cave behind the rock wall that should be blasted apart. But he's going to... Oops, he's going to try to do an... Oh, never mind. He got a soul clip there. Pog. He's trying to do an extended shield clip to get it in through the wall, but ended up bonking, but his soul or Link's coordinates had clipped in regardless, and it just pulled him in after he fell. So very nice. Meanwhile, player 5 has his storage, and he is heading on his way to Kairama. And Xiao is now on his escape toward Daka. So now we need to once again prage that the elevator doesn't unload on player 5. And I'm fairly certain he's going to be doing the same Chew Jelly transformation here coming up in a moment. And in this Dakako Shrine, pretty simple. Just pop over the monk cage, making sure to get the appropriate height. Alright, now we prage for player 5 as he transforms the blue into red and then transforms into yellow just before it disappears. Or picking up the red just before it disappears into yellow. Okay, it worked. Perfect. Yeah, he went for the safer strat. There's an alternate strat to read the sign here for better consistent, or sorry for speed, but it's less consistent than transformation. So some nice RNG here.
So, Orcus, we have a brief moment for just a little technical back-end stuff.
Yeah.
How the hell are we running a relay with 8 people all across the world?
You tell me. Well, so we're using the Nintendo Switch Online family account, like trial, to make this happen. So what Xiao did is he's running on a specific profile that his teammates are all sharing. Same thing with player 5. And when they're done with their leg, they upload the save data into the cloud, and then the next player downloads the save data and then continues on their way.
All right. At the end of each section, there'll be about a 5-minute break to allow everybody or the next person to download that file.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be coming up on that shortly. Just want to give everybody a heads up. If we'll have a few minutes of downtime, so if you need a couple minutes to get up, get something to drink, coming up soon, you'll have that opportunity.
Exactly. Meanwhile, player 5 is struggling slightly to get out of the Dakako cave. It's kind of a tricky clip back in where you just sort of run into a specific invisible texture. But he gets through eventually. He's also heading to Dakako, while Xiao makes his way toward Shoraha instead, this is a path that I like to take. I like to get this part of the run over with. But you're probably going to see player 5 instead take the opposite way toward Akala and the rest of Eldon after Dakako. This is one of my favorite casual shrines, Shoraha. It's got a lot of fun puzzles, but we're just going to ricochet off this wall and glide safely to the monk. No blue flame quest, Sag. And here's where I think the routes are going to kind of diverge. Like they're all going to do the same things eventually, but here's going to be a slight divergence from the routes. So I believe player 5 is going to start heading toward Kua Rame instead of Shemosa. And he's going to finish off his leg of the run and hand it off to Rebecca. And on the other side, Xiao is setting up a BLSS off the back of an elevator to do a very scary looking, but trust me, it's safe, BLSS over lava. And he's heading toward Gore Tor, which is a very fun, not run killer smile shrine, where we need to do a very precise clip into the shrine and skip the mini game that's required to get in. Looks like player 5 gets a nice launch up to Kuarame, or down to Kuarame, rather. True, Piston. So here we go. Xiao is standing in a somewhat specific spot and getting himself oriented in a specific way to clip into the shrine, and let's see if it works. And looks like it does. Nice. Very good job. And then holding a bomb over your head and trying to waddle into the elevator is not necessarily something we understand, but it works, so don't question it. I guess the explanation is it kind of pushes you down as you step up on that little ledge. But it gets in, don't question it. And player 5 is making his way toward Tamul, which this is actually the true run killer of the run. It has several. Yes. Hello, whoever
Hey.
this is.
It's Tao.
Hello, Tao. You're
Thought
just
you
in
could
time
use-
for the run killer, Tamul. Would
Oh,
you like
this
to tell us?
shrine.
You like to tell us why this is a problem?
Well, you can lose literal minutes in this shrine.
Yep,
The speedrun strat is extremely difficult. I know runners have lobbied to have this shrine moved up as early as possible.
that's right.
But, here it is at shrine 30, so runners could potentially waste an hour on a decent run only to have it end here. And no, that's all a big joke.
You just run up the ledge, and we pull off what's maybe the easiest and silliest challenge in this game. But player 5 makes it look easy because it is. And Xiao's going over to the Zunakai Shrine, which is a blessing. And we're sitting at Shrine 28 for Xiao and probably 27 for player 5. That's a bit of an indication that the gap is closing, but some of the shrines that player 5 is doing right now are faster than the ones that Xiao is doing at the moment. So it's a shrine count catch up, but it means we're going to have to also do those shrines too here in a moment.
Yeah,
But
a lot of the shrines on player 5's branch right now are part of the Master Sword Restricted
yeah,
branch, which tries to find the 40 fastest shrines.
right.
Do you have any insight into why your team chose kind of this order of branches versus the one that Xiao's team is doing?
So it's going to, as Piston mentioned in chat, it's going to kind of set up time of day a little bit friendlier. When player 5 gets to the Retog Zumo Shrine, there won't be Style Moblins, but Xiao is their route is going to maybe have them there at night. We'll see. And I think that it maybe just may come down to preference. Like I personally like to get Gore Tor out of the way because I can either get stuck there for a minute or do it first try. So it's just kind of a personal choice, and I think that's just what Xiao is comfortable with, I guess. There's there's really no individual run killers in all shrines, Tao, don't you think? I think every shrine is a potential run killer because just so much can go wrong. Like for example, player 5 is coming up to Sa Dahaj, which I'm sure he's going to make look quite simple, but I have struggled with this wind bomb mightily in many a run, just
Yeah,
because it is so.
this is a peg wind bomb looking to the right, and ideally you fly over everything and go straight to the monk cage, but you can get stuck on a lip, and
Mhm.
then um, if you fall through, that's really bad. There are backup strats that are more or less consistent, but player 5 got the ideal outcome there.
Did. Now Xiao looks like he has finished his leg of the journey,
Mhm.
and very clean play. I couldn't tell you a lot of like huge errors that were made in that run. He got 2 buffered SCWs first try,
Yeah.
and it looks like he picked up the armor too, just as a backup in case the speed food happened to run down. And now we're seeing the sharing here. He saved the game, and now he's downloading um, or uploading rather the save data into the cloud.
As for other run killers, I think just for the top runners, what you said it isn't that much of a joke. Like every shrine could be a run killer just because you're all playing so close to summa best at that point that
Mhm.
losing 30 seconds on overworld movement from one shrine to another could put you like beyond reach of a PB
Right.
potentially. But yeah, other than that, like the buffered SEWs, I'd assume missing an ISCW. Uh, Basically,
Like,
every every segment that has an SEW in it.
yeah, and especially the Infinity SCWs, as I talked about earlier, are RNG. If you fail them, then you have to go do the whole thing again,
Mhm.
and that can be problematic, which I've experienced many times. But luckily, I'm not doing all of the ISCWs. I'm just doing most of them for my side. Um,
Yeah, would you
but good
say
job.
like missing an ISCW? That's probably like a 2 to 3 minute time loss for most of them.
It can be, yeah. So very nice work from Xiao. Now Fluff is making sure to get set up, and player 5 looks like he has also finished his leg of the run. Very good work. He's finishing off at Z Kasho, and he's going to be passing it off to Rebecca Q Yang, who's going to be handling Akala and some of the desert sections of the run.
Yeah, both runners finishing the first 30 shrines in under 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, not bad work, especially with some of the shenanigans you come to expect on a no reset, a race, and
Yeah,
all shrines.
definitely.
Oh, Fluff going with the Joy Cons. Let's go. Joy-Con runner. Hell yeah. All right, so we're doing a little side stuff right now, just making sure that everyone is ready to go. Some behind the scenes things, and there we go. Okay, we're just making sure to make sure that all of the race stuff is done correctly. So we're not sure how that will affect the final time, but that's okay. We'll get it all figured out.
Some small issues that have come up are sort of different runner preferences in terms of their settings. So there's a big divide on whether or not you run with a fixed mini map.
Hmm.
I don't think anyone in this race on either team is weird enough to run with inverted camera controls, but I imagine that could that could throw off a team for a minute or so if they don't manage to change those settings.
Yeah, that's true. So this is going to be, I think, a bit more of a laid back branch of the run because, or a leg of the relay race because I think it has 2 SCWs each, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of like looked at the route for our side, and I saw like the start is hard, and player 5 has great consistency in the early game and plateaus, so he's a good choice to start. And second run has a couple SCWs or maybe 4 SCWs. Who knows? Um, and Rebecca has experience with those. But our player Trevor is newer to SCWs, but is very good at the boss rush. So he volunteered to take on that leg and those SCWs like a champ. And we have me, unfortunately, dealing with the ISCW shenanigans. We have a raid from player 5. Thanks for the raid. Let's go. All right, so we're just making sure to get everybody set up correctly. We have at least Fluff loaded in and ready to go. And looks like the save data is transferred and ready to go. And we're getting a great look at Fluff's video game choice. And we're gonna not judge it.
We can, yeah, we can. Darn it! I was just about to say we could start judging these runners for their choices in other games. There.
Oh, I didn't realize that Final Fantasy VII was on the Switch. That's interesting. There you go.
Yeah, everything from 7 to 12, I want to say, is on the Switch.
Oh, there you go.
It's an interesting choice to want to play them on the Switch, though.
Yeah. So it looks like we got the go ahead on Fluff's side. So he is warping to Dakako
hmm
and going to be continuing to Akala.
So we are maintaining the time difference when the runners pause, right? So Rebecca's waiting for a cue to begin.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like somewhere around 2 minutes for Rebecca.
We had a slight hiccup when P5 tried to split, so we got about a minute till Rebecca goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Fluff getting set to head up to Kuarain, which he needs to fix his settings. There you go. All right, so there's a thing runners have to keep an eye on here, right, Tao, as they burn for wind bombs. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Jade, I don't know quite the technical reason, but after being in the hot zone of Eldon for a while, Link starts burning up. On the first tick of burn damage, or around that time, a wind bomb will fail. Has something to do with Link taking damage and being able to enter ragdoll state. So anytime the runners come out into the hot zone, they either have to execute their wind bomb very quickly before that first tick of burn damage, or wait for the first tick of burn damage to pass
Mhm.
and then wind bomb. So it's either go very fast or wait a little bit. But once Link starts burning, wind bombs just start working.
Right.
Yeah, and there's no issue with ragdoll there.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. It's just like the first tick of damage in any circumstance that will stop a wind bomb. So like, you could get splash damage from lightning in the middle of a wind bomb, and it will stop it from working or something, or some enemy shoots you right as you're jumping, and it stops it from working. It's a weird thing, but it's something to keep an eye on.
I ran this category back when we actually did eventide, and I have nightmares of like the final wind bomb up to the shrine, and you get hit by a rock that Boko would throw at you right before you wind bomb, and then you would fail the wind bomb. And
Yep. I know that one intimately, and too have nightmares about it.
So Fluff finished Quarame. Where's he headed now?
He's heading to the Impossible Shrine. We're going to see if he ends up spending 2 hours at Tomul as well.
Oh, okay. And Rebecca's going to a minor test of strength here.
Yeah. So another test of strength. I think that's a good way to kind of get your muscle memory working, is to do a test of strength first. I know that Trevor is going to be doing one right after me, but Rebecca is going to get a test of her focus and effort right now on making sure to get this test of strength skip and shield clip.
Now, I know that there, used to be a preference between a lot of runners for whether they do a square first or a circle first wind bomb and then test of strength. Would you say that most of the community of runners have now opted for square first?
I think so. I haven't seen anyone do circle first in a while. I believe Bings might still do it, but I'm not certain about that. But most runners seem to have kind of shifted to the a bit cleaner and faster method now that time's really grinding down to a quicker and lower threshold. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we did joke about tumult costing runners like minutes and hours, but like runners can get stuck in a test of strength for quite a while.
Yeah, yeah. It can be a bit frustrating. Like the Nintendo Switch controllers have an issue with stick snapback. And most runners, I think, use the right stick to swap menu items. Very few do the shoulder bumpers anymore, but there's an opportunity to get stuck inside of a pillar if you're not careful. Very nice turn wind bomb there, back up for Rebecca, making her way to the Kanai Shika shrine.
2 tests of strength back to back.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Okay, we're safe. Okay, never mind. That can be
Falling down there. Yes,
yeah, that can be a disaster. So she did land a bit earlier, but if she didn't stand on that wall and fell to the water, you'd have to void and go back to where you were. So that was lucky. Gonna have to remember that ledge for later.
And we didn't get a chance to talk about Moa Keat when player 5 was just here, but and Rebecca is about to fall in the hole in the test of strength, so she's reloading.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to talk about Moa Keat, but the wind bomb here is actually a little tricky.
It is, yeah. There's a safer way to do it, but most people try to like kind of squeeze between the tower and where the rocks are falling from. And if you're not aiming carefully, it'll just pop you back down to the lava or in the path of the rocks, and you have to start over. So it's a sneaky one for sure. And I'm wondering if Fluff will go for the fast strat in Sadahaj. He may opt for casual or maybe something a bit safer. But I think that he has the experience with the category and with shrines to go for the quick thing.
One question for you. I
Sure.
noticed Rebecca's doing Daheisho and Kinashaka like back to back. Have you ever experimented with keeping the skew from Daheisho and seeing if it still works?
So it's a thing we don't really get, but the skew state that you get into when you bonk your shield and use it to clip through walls, for whatever reason, when you go through a wall, it messes it up. Like it doesn't tilt the same way again. So you'll see people clear it by either bonking their shield on the ground or shield diving to clear it. It's not something we really get. We just know it doesn't work very consistently. So you'll see nobody keep skew through shrines unless they're feeling very risky, which some more than others are, and I even wouldn't feel risky enough to do that. Oh, nice. Going for a turn wind bomb and super, but it looks like didn't quite get the input in for Rebecca's side. And Zkasho is an interesting one too. I'd say it was one of the more intimidating shrines prior to having these infinite fairies and health. But it can kind of fail at random times, but it's one that I feel like we've kind of cracked and have a consistent idea of how to get through. I think it's rare, maybe 1 in 20, where I don't get where I want to go with this shrine. But it used to be kind of a thorn in the side of runners in the past.
Yeah, I think it's an ordinal wind bomb to the monk here, and I think. What?
Looks like. Oh,
interesting setup from Fluff.
Oh, that was smooth.
Okay, Fluff. I hope Fluff clips that and shares it in the channel. That was an interesting setup. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, he turned very dramatically to give a pretty weak launch and was able to pull the glider. That was fun.
Well, before we saw Fluff do that, I was going to say it's an ordinal wind bomb to the monk rather than a cardinal or off cardinal that most shrines are, and those can be pretty sensitive to your bomb timings.
Yeah, you can kind of slip the wrong way and like go either in the void or in the path and die. And it looks like Fluff is going for a super launch here, which is, I guess, a bit old-fashioned. Most of us. Most of us go for the BLSS, which looks initially slower, but it is actually quite a bit faster, even if your wiggles aren't amazing. But Fluff is trying to make sure to get in through midair, and he luckily has infinite endurance food, so no big deal. Just
Mhm.
gonna make sure to carefully back it up with a midair. Very good. And Rebecca is coming up to the Retog Zumo shrine, which you were asking earlier. It looks like time of day will make it so there aren't any moblins popping
Mhm.
in. And she's going to do a kind of funky BLSS toward the island instead of walking it over
Yeah.
as you would casually or launching it. And this, oh,
Ooh.
very, very nice. Okay, I like that. So that you can get kind of a random angle sometimes, and that was
Yeah.
another very random angle.
Yeah, step ups with BLSS are probably one of those things where like it's not exactly RNG, but
Mm,
it's your starting angle, starting speed are really really sensitive to your approach, where you are in Link's walking or animation when you do the step up, and
yeah,
all of those things.
right.
So it's a bit hard to control and predict sometimes.
Yeah, and some people are pretty good at consistently giving the result they want to, but sometimes you just get some things that happen like that.
Piston in chat saying, "Look at all these right pillarers," and honestly, I think Piston
Left,
and maybe JM is like the
the
only
only two.
runner who do left pillar.
All I can tell you, so there are two sides of the test of strength you clip into. You can clip into left or the right one, and I can't tell you why, but nearly every time I go into the left one, I get stuck. I don't know why. I'm not doing anything differently. It's just shaped differently. So it appears to me like it is less lenient and you less or more specific on where you need to aim. Um, so I
And,
always go right. It never fails.
and that's not like an Orcrist only complaint.
Yeah,
That's like many runners have had similar experiences of the left pillar sometimes just randomly doesn't work, but when we've switched to the right pillar, we've never missed.
right. And I sometimes if I randomly do go left to the left side of the arena, I will waste that 1 second to run to the right one. I don't care. Get skew and then run over there. I don't care. It's just kind of a funky thing. It probably has something to do with the textures inside the wall, with links, animation, other factors that we're not quite aware of. Fluff is doing a really nice job getting these this test of strength gauntlet out of the way, making sure to very carefully get his bombs in order and making sure that everything is correct. Nice launch, very good height. And looks like, yes, Rebecca is going for a square first wind bomb, which we've seen a few of these.
Mhm.
Can you tell us a bit about those, Tal?
Well, a square first wind bomb compared to a normal front hop, which uses a circle first, is overall just a weaker launch. For whatever reason, the fact that the corners of the square bomb aren't hitting Link's hitbox causes the game to interpret it as a less powerful force. And so we generally use it when we need to cover like a very short distance, like Rebecca did in that shrine there. Other advantages of square first wind bomb is that you can execute it at basically any angle without worrying about getting stopped, getting speed capped. Um, but with the trade-off that it is a little bit more sensitive to bomb timings in terms of getting the right height that you need. So Rebecca got like a good low square first wind bomb there in Kutosa Aug. If you think back a little bit, both player 5 and Xiao did a square first and KO Roog, and if I remember, they both got a little too much height on their square firsts, and that's just something that it's very hard. I don't think anyone has really developed like the perfect muscle memory for controlling the heights for square firsts yet.
Yeah, it kind of comes and goes with me. Like I have times where it's very nice, and other times where it just isn't working for me. So it's much more sensitive and riskier, and
Hmm.
also you're kind of like adjusting your muscle memory of what menu items you're swapping between and detonating, so it can just kind of throw you off in general if you think too hard about it.
So there, Fluff did a square first there in comp mail.
Yeah, which stopped him from ragdolling everywhere, which can be a nice option.
Yeah.
And Rebecca, you'll notice, enter the Spring of Power with a Dinral scale that we got from Hyrule Castle, which is it's something that's been in all shrine runs for years, but it makes it possible that we don't need to see any dragons in the run. All right, now Fluff heading to Utagzumo too, see if he gets a nice angle as well on his BLSS. And now that Rebecca's finished with this leg of the run, she's going to head to Shamosa, or sorry, to Dakako, and then go to Shamosa and take out the north part of Eldon and Akala.
One thing there, just with the Fluff, the wind bomb that Fluff did, what we were talking about earlier about being like damaged out of your first wind bomb, coming out of Kamail, that's one place where it could happen, because there are these really annoying Octoroks that you kind of have to give a sense of like when their rock is coming at you, because if you try to wind bomb and you get hit, you can either the rock can hit your bomb out of alignment, or if it hits you, then you can't ragdoll properly into the wind bomb.
Right. Yeah, it can be very frustrating dealing with those guys. So I am pretty certain that player 5 skipped the metal bow earlier in the run, so Rebecca is making very certain to not let the Forest Dweller's bow burn up later. It's not technically necessary for us to beat Calamity, but it does help a lot. She's going for the safer wind bomb to get through here. You can get a slightly quicker result, but also going to use stasis here. There's one stasis use for the fans. That's true. If one remembers to do so, Piston. Which I think that'll be in her leg of the run, so she could remember to do that. That's true. Well, they'll end up being near it-ish. All right, so we're gonna do a BLSS path across the lava here. It'll be fine. No one's going to burn alive. Wait, we're not quite there yet. Sorry, we're going to Shoraha first. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
The burn timer on the bow is 30 seconds, I think, once it starts burning.
Man,
Yeah.
I always think it's 10, and I'm like consciously putting it away.
It is for shields. Shields,
Okay.
like your potlet would burn in 10 seconds, but a bow, they made the timer much more lenient. So it is 30.
Interesting.
Yeah. On your next hundo run, you're not really in that much danger of burning the Great Ego bow in your hundo run.
There you go. Or this is just an elaborate scheme to mess with one of my runs. Very nice mid-air there by Fluff. Very nice ricochet from Rebecca as well.
Mm-hmm. Small shout out to a past runner named Salty Lemon, who was part of the community for a little bit. Came up with some neat wind bomb shrine strats, like the one you saw Rebecca do in Shoraha.
Yeah.
But haven't seen much of them since then.
Yeah, and people come and go in speedrun communities, so it's kind of fun when certain strats stick around for so long. Like I'm certain. Oh, I see. She's just getting the cart out of the way. I thought we were getting out some aggression here. Yeah, it's kind of funny to see how many like strats have survived over the years from certain runners, and like who knows who did what or who decided what was a good idea. So that's kind of a fun little legacy that we keep together here.
So burn timer resets when you swap bows, which Rebecca did right there before initiating the BLSS. So she has 30 seconds to complete this, or else her bow is going to burn up.
Very good. And she puts it away. Nice job.
Yeah, I sort of wonder if it was an intended feature that just taking out your burning weapon and then putting it away resets the burn timer. It
Yeah.
seems like a pretty easy way to cheese what's supposed to be a mechanic to limit your exploration into Elden until you've like found the right equipment.
Maybe it's kind of a thing of like they want to just do you a solid because maybe you won't realize that your stuff is burning right away and they want to give you time to react. So, a little favor from the devs. All right, Rebecca is setting up the skew, which for kind of an older ESC setup,
Mm.
which can be a bit scary, and she gets it nice. Good job.
Answer a quick question in chat about how do these runners have so many fairies and arrows? Well, last summer, a glitch called inventory slot transfer was discovered that allows us to modify the counts of items in our inventory. And that's basically pretty much every category other than any percent is routed around that glitch now.
Yeah. And it's very technical and very specific. Like even the two different teams here have done different setups with the left side, Fluff's team, getting normal fire and ice arrows corrupted, along with fairies and speed elixirs and endurance food corrupted, so that they're, for lack of a better explanation, infinite, or for all intents and purposes, infinite for this run. But on the other side, they just did a setup to get infinite or near infinite fairies and elixirs, so it's just no issue. And it lets us skip some other things too, like instead of dragon farming like we would before to get 30-minute speed food, we just skip that portion. Instead of spending a lot of time upgrading hearts or buying armor, we just skip that stuff. So it's come in a lot of handy in a lot of different ways for a lot of different runs, and added a lot of consistency to Breath of the Wild, even if it's a bit technical and difficult to wrap your head around. And now, I guess this is our second warp now. So Fluff has made his way back to the Great Plateau Shrine, and he's going to be going to Mount Satori and Moglaton. And they're going to be making their way into the desert. We're going to be doing some more Infinity SCW shenanigans soon.
So Fluff is going to go Moglaton to Katakar?
Kihayug.
Kihayug, okay.
Yeah. Which I ran some of this routing stuff yesterday and got lost, so I'm thankful that I'm not doing this part, because I may go to the wrong place again. But yeah, they're going to DLSS straight from Moglaton to the Electric Arrow Shrine that you might remember, and then make their way into the Gerudo Highlands from there. Very nice wind bombs.
If I remember correctly, Kihayu can also be used as a warp point, either to go in the two directions up into the Gerudo Highlands, either east or west.
Yeah, it's kind of a one you wouldn't think about because it's kind of far from stuff, but the height is good to get to Katakar and Kimakosasa. Yes, Kimakosasa is what it's called. It's at a good height for both of those, so it's a convenient spot for us. Rebecca is now making her way to the Tukalo Shrine, which is going to be the end of this branch, and then we'll be making the warp to the Moglaton area. So we're about a shrine and a half separated right now. All right. So here's an example. Oh, interesting cutscene. Here's an example of why we're in English. At these mazes and in the dark forest, the ruins, you only get one text box. In languages like French or Italian or German, that would be faster. In other sections of the run, you get two, and they're unskippable and can't be sped up in any other means. So here's a small example of where you're just saving time this way.
Yeah, great boon for at least the United States community running this game. And English is the fastest language.
There you go, Fluff BLSS over to the Gruta Highlands and doing a wind bomb over to this up current. And he's kind of an unusual mid-air style. I kind of like it. He does a bit of a glider pumping to get into position for his bomb drops. Bit of an unusual execution style, but the results looks pretty good. All right, nice shot. Nice job by Rebecca, and we are making our way to Plateau as well. You can see the from the map, we just cut a big swath out of the northwest corner of the map. So the choice to not upgrade is based off of the duplicating glitch we were talking about. The setup that Team 1 on the left, the Zonai Zoomers, gave them infinite stamina food. It's a slower setup, but it allows them to just refresh if they need it. There are a lot of shrines where you don't need stamina upgrades, but because the other team was doing a different setup, it helps to get a couple of upgrades and a couple of stamina food as backup, just in case. But even those backups aren't absolutely necessary. Like I don't do all times runs with endurance food and just 2 upgrades, and it's fine. It's just kind of a game understanding and execution thing at a certain point. I was gonna say, is Rebecca lost? No, it's just Moglaton is a complicated mountain. Yeah, there you go. Hops right up to the shrine. No issues.
Yeah, I think the discovery of IST, especially for, I think maybe all shrines, uniquely in response to the discovery of IST, like gained a lot of different route variations. And mainly, I would say that's because when you're not limited by resources, like where you pick up food or arrows or things like that, then many branches can be done in different orders. And we've seen sort of the top of the leaderboard runners kind of pick and choose the order that they do the shrines based off of their own preferences. And I don't think any other category is quite like that.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. Like it's there are definitely some correct choices as far as strats and route choices go, but there is a lot of preference to be had. So you'll see a lot of people doing something a certain way, and it just really comes down to, like you said, preference. And I've been one of those people over the last 4 years who has been searching for a lot of those more correct, quote unquote, answers to these questions, because there is just so many choices to be made. You just saw again Rebecca stopping during the BLSS. That happened earlier as well. Do you want to explain what's going on there, Tao?
Yeah, the game has a speed cap. It's I think 100 meters per second, based off of whatever the game itself defines as a meter. So when you exceed that speed cap, the game just stops you. Close of your momentum. So it's very easy to do that with a BLSS, just because even with kind of just wiggling consistently will steadily build up speed. Like you don't have to have the fastest wiggles in order to reach the speed cap, and it's there aren't like there are some visual cues that people use to judge what their speed is, but they're not great. Sometimes they're dependent on, or sometimes they're obscured by your terrain, the weather, how high up you are. And so kind of it's pretty easy to speed cap when doing BLSS.
Yeah. So they keep an eye on the trail coming off of the bomb a little bit to like watch its animation, and they may look at the mini map too to see like where Link's cursor is on the map. The closer it pushes to the edge, the closer you are to that speed cap. So it's if he's going pretty fast, you want to just back off and let him glide without any flicking, and let him slow down through like air resistance as best as possible. So I'm noticing that Fluff is going to the Kimo Kasasa and Shodantu direction first instead of toward the Infinity SCW. So I wonder if this is a plan to keep more of the Infinity SCWs away from his leg of the branch and save them for Piston. That seems like it's the choice. Or whoever's next, either Piston or Limcube.
Interesting Shodantu strat here.
Very old school.
Very old school, yeah. So the faster strat is a Penguin Bomb, looking slightly to the right, and which can be inconsistent, sensitive to bomb timing. You can kind of just bounce off the wall and not go over.
Yeah.
So Fluff is choosing kind of a slower but looks to be much more consistent route to the monk.
Yeah. And Rebecca is, meanwhile, melting Katakar, which that's 3 shots. I'm wondering how many shots this will take, because she's shooting pretty high up on the ice. And my understanding, Tao, is that the lower you shoot, the less shots it will take.
That is what I've been told in the past too, but it always seems to be random whether it takes 7 or 8.
Yeah,
I lost count there. How many?
I think that looked like. I think it looked like 7.
Yep.
And Fluff right now is in the middle of doing an SCW. I believe he got storage. I wasn't quite looking. I was watching what Rebecca was doing. But since he's looking straight up in the air, I assume that that's what he is up to.
So coming out of Shodantu, he's probably going to Sasakai.
Yeah. Which this is one of those time of day shrines that we could do, but it just happens to be quicker to get our elevator storage and then activate a text box, which he's going to do with something. I'm not sure. Maybe Amiibo, but I think that they've already scanned Amiibo, so that's not going to be it. They might scan a fish Amiibo just to get a new text box. Nope, we're doing campfire. Okay. We got plenty of fire arrows. No danger running out of those. So just cancel the text box, and there you go. Nice.
Rebecca's on her second attempt at completing Katakar. Katakar, one of the few shrines that the designers decided to put a roof on the monk cage, so you can't actually wind bomb up there. So we stasis launched the ice cube to enter the area trigger to open the door. Ideally, we'd ride up on the ice cube so that we'd already be up there. But Rebecca opting for not bothering to try to climb onto the ice cube before the stasis timer runs out, and just takes a slower but safe wind bomb up.
Yeah. And one of those few shrine strats, like speaking of legacy strats, that's one that hasn't changed since, basically 2017 or 2018,
right.
whoever was first to come up with that idea. We still do it because it is the fastest.
And definitely something anyone can try, since there's not really a glitch involved in there.
No, it's just using what the game gives you. It's pretty clever. Now, looks like Rebecca's going for her first SCW, deciding to drop the bomb behind in the back of the elevator first instead of bombing in midair. She looks confident that she got storage. Okay. And we're not getting pulled back into the shrine, which is good.
Yeah. And so this will be Rakazumzo?
Yes. All right. Get that Korok leaf to please leave us alone. Because if she accidentally picks that up, then the elevator will pull her in. But it looked like it was in an okay spot.
And now she needs to take a path hugging this cliff. Rakazunzo, if you play this casually, is the shrine you get after completing the Sand Seal race.
Yep. Takes maybe in and around the area of 20 to 25 minutes to do all the quest stuff to make that shrine appear and do the sand seal race. And Rebecca is going to do another one of these quick text box tricks where you transform into a new object and then transform it into a different one and pick it up before it despawns. So we're hoping for some good RNG that the elevator hasn't disappeared. So we're going to go with blue and probably turn it to yellow, maybe, or nope, white and then into yellow, I think.
Oh,
Or red. She's comfortable with red. Okay. Very nice.
Nice.
RNG was kind. Looks like a.
I just realized Savage and Bings put up their Sand Seal race predictions. Kind of a classic of chat interaction tool for hundo runners that's
Yep.
no longer necessary.
Or anyone who's dumb enough to run all shrines restricted. Don't know anyone who would do that though.
No, don't know anyone who would do that.
It looks like Fluff it had a very nice Daka Ko, which is good because that's a tough shrine to handle sometimes. And is working on Kano, which can be equally trolly, and does get the good wind bomb that goes the whole way. So small key skip, very nice.
Yeah, this is like a mini gauntlet in Gerudo, where a bunch of shrines where the fast strat is pretty difficult, and you can get stuck on it for minutes if you don't get the timings right.
Yeah. It's one that I'm happy I'm not doing. You'll be fine, Trevor, I promise. Oh, very nice. And looks like Rebecca picked up the Radiant Shield, which is a very nice slick shield. Like this game has some funny hidden item modifiers, doesn't it, Tao?
Yeah. So there are two shields that are in the actually three. Two that are prevalent in speedruns. Three shields that we consider slick shields.
Yeah.
The Shield of the Mind's Eye, which actually saw the runners have at the beginning of this run, the Radiant Shield here, and the Ancient Shield, which you get in the College Tech Lab, but you need to buy that with a lot of ancient parts, so we generally don't see those in speedruns. But these shields will let you surf on pretty much any surface. Like if you take a pot lid and try to surf on grass, you're not going to go anywhere. But like the Radiant Shield, you're going to surf on grass. You go pretty fast because there's a friction number attached to these shields, and the Radiant Shield has the lowest friction value out there.
Yeah, it's very interesting and useful for some of the glitches that we do. In a bit, I will be doing a buffered SCW and using that slick shield property to get to the trigger zone instead of doing a wind bomb. So it's a nice little addition. And Rebecca's getting a little bit lost on the BLSS. This is a tricky one to get through the sandstorm. And Fluff is taking care of the orb puzzle, and looks to have the order pretty well memorized. There's some optimal lines to take, and an optimal order that we all implement, and looks like he knows what he's doing there.
Yeah, casually, this sandstorm turns off your mini map as well, and you're meant to follow these statues pointing you in the direction where to go to find Kimazus.
Yeah.
But for the route that Rebecca is doing, just requires a feel and a prior knowledge of which direction to go in. Not the easiest with BLSS because you tend to drift in different directions more than you realize.
Yeah, and the terrain will push you in different directions, and then if you're not quite sure where you are, you just get stuck and have to kind of guess.
Bing's mentioned the zero friction shield that's possible with with IST. You can actually create a shield that has even less friction than the Radiant shield. If you've never seen any videos of it, it's actually fun to play around with because you actually can surf, and um, as you surf, you kind of gain speed just from surfing.
I think, unfortunately, we're listening to the audio from Fluff Stream because we're getting the Molduga music here on Rebecca's side. And this will make fire arrow count a little bit close. We buy 20 from the shop at the start, but she's going to be able to hopefully light all 4 with just 4 arrows. And then avoiding the sand and aggroing the Molduga, which he actually caught sight of the fire arrow.
Fluff was setting time of day to noon here. What could that be for?
So there's a shrine called Sumasama where you need to get up to the top of the mountain. It's like, what, 3:55 until 5:30 p.m. or something, if I'm remembering correctly. So he's trying to make sure that the time of day between finishing the next 2 shrines and getting up to the top of the mountain aligns that way, which waiting this late isn't very common. You typically do it a lot quicker or a lot earlier than this, but Fluff is maybe making the wise choice to wait because he's having a few issues with his BLSS at the moment.
Yeah,
he
if
gets
I remember
going.
correctly, the movement up to Sumasama isn't like the easiest in the world, and so if
Yeah,
giving yourself some buffer time, especially in a race setting, is a good idea.
agreed. Yeah, it's a good note for anyone who's not as experienced with the movement because like you said, the mid airs up to Sumasama can be a bit annoying, and the wind can push things around, and you can get a little bit frustrated and nervous with the time passing and make some mistakes. So overall, a good choice.
After all this is over, I need to ask Fluff for his visual cues. He's been using throw aim pretty liberally in all of his different setups. So he must have like a visual cue that he's aiming at, and he's made a lot of these clips and tricks first try. So love to pick his brain on what visual cues he's using for these.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always interesting to get people's different perspectives on those things because there are, like we said, many correct decisions and strats, but there's also a lot of room for interpretation on things, especially shield clips. So getting more perspectives is always kind of cool. Oops. Not quite getting a bullet time there. And Rebecca is entering a shrine where you need to do a shield clip, but the skew setup is maybe a little bit less consistent than some of our tests of strength. So we're hoping that the skew looks fine for her. Meanwhile, Fluff is making his way to the Dila Mag shrine, which I think that they got armor. This team got armor. Oh yeah, Rebecca did not get skew, unfortunately. Luckily, Piston posted a setup for how to do this. So I think she's pulling it up right now. Let's go. Yeah, 2 shield bashes, weapon swing. Amazing. Helping the other team. That's the lesson, everybody. And speedrun, never help anyone. Hoard your strats, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't. Please share. Please share everything. All right, nice work for Fluff getting in to Dilamag. Let's see if he picks up armor, because they picked up the first set, or at least Xiao did. And yes, they are. So getting a backup in addition to the attack up food that they made earlier, which is, it's smart. There's no reason not to.
It's like 3 seconds per chest. 3
Yeah.
to 6.
Right. I actually prefer to get the armor because stopping at a shop and buying and cooking is a detour, and just opening a couple chests is right in front of you.
Mhm.
So you have no risk of losing the attack up buff. But some people prefer to not have any risk of losing, messing up their wind blight skip setup, which actually I think they're in the Chinese runner community, May KW suggested if you have fish and you still have attack up buff, just freeze a fish and eat that,
Hmm.
and then you'll erase the buff, and you can do it right outside of Sanctum, no problem. So a very good suggestion, and something that I'll probably implement at some point, since I too prefer to go for armor. And now Rebecca is heading toward Mitaroki, I believe. And there's kind of a funky thing that's coming up that she's going to have to make sure to take care of. On the way to Shayloya, which is next, we need to activate the Toyasa cutscene and watch it. Otherwise, the SCW into Toyasa will not work, which is fine because you can just do Toyasa casually. But I think that Trevor, who's going to be in charge of that section of the run, is planning to do that SCW. So it's important that she watches that cutscene first, otherwise this will not work. Meanwhile, Fluff is taking care of the mid-airs at the Sunasama, and it's looking like it's going pretty well so far. And I'm having trouble reading the time of day, but it looks like
I think it's not 4 p.m. yet.
Okay, so it looks good. Yeah, I think I see 3 something at the moment. I'm just making sure to get the snowball a little bit bigger. This is one I definitely had to look up casually because I didn't understand this cold shadow clue. Which you can actually use any shadow. You can use a cryo block and Link's shadow to make it work as
Right.
well.
Right.
Credit Bing's F in the chat.
The shrine Rebecca just completed is the infamous Blood Moon Shrine.
Mm-hmm.
Casually, you can only access this shrine during a blood moon,
Right.
which stumps a lot of casual players because it's not it's not widely understood how the blood moon in this game actually works. But
It's
yeah.
roughly 168 minutes after time of day is set ish. And I've been doing some work to try and understand it because I've been trying to do the restricted version that doesn't allow SCWs. So it has some science behind it, but with this category with no restrictions, we just go ahead and pop right in with storage, and it's no issue at all.
Yeah, Piston saying it's 168 minutes until the game says, there should be a blood moon, but
Yeah.
then you have to wait for the right night or the next night or
Right.
maybe the night after the next night to happen before the blood moon actually happens. So the exact amount of time for the blood moon to appear might be more than 168 minutes. And I think so I know you've been timing Blood Moon in your restricted runs. I know Cephla in their Ridgeland Shrine Collection runs. Why would anyone run that? But had some difficulty getting the Blood Moon Shrine to appear at the time they expected to. So
Yeah. And I with Bing's help, I came up with a strat to take care of that, which is using the timer on speed elixirs to count for you, which you don't have until a certain point in the run. So it gives you an idea, at least, of where you are, which is very helpful because it doesn't run during cutscenes, doesn't run during pause menu. It only runs when you're playing the game, which is what the game is counting. So it gives you a more precise idea of what to do.
Every game minute is 1 IRL second. Yes, unless you're in bullet time. there are a lot of ins and outs, as it were.
Right. So it
Um,
looks like Rebecca did do the thing I mentioned. Watch the Toyasa cutscene, so we're good there.
mhm.
And we're at 53 shrines and 51 respectively for our two runners.
Honestly, very close for the two teams. Almost halfway through the race.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm impressed by some of the consistency. Like we're having a hiccup here or there, but I think we're making pretty nice progress. Oh, and Fluff going for the wind bombs. For Fluff's side, going to Katakara instead of the BLS strat that a lot of runners do. And Rebecca heading over to Tina Kosa, which this is a clunky part of the run that I wish could be different. But it's hard to get around the position of the shrines. What Rebecca's going to do is complete Tina Kosa test of strength, then go downhill to Ka Okeo, and then warp back to Tina Kosa to BLSS to Akfakot in Rito Village, which looks awkward and looks slow, but I've tried to find other strats to getting to town, and it ends up being about the same. So unfortunately, it's just kind of how the route has to be: 2 shrines, 3 shrines, and then warp again, and then get on your way.
Kaokeo is just in the middle of nowhere in terms of shrines.
Yeah.
Doesn't connect well to anything else.
Very low in the ground, in an awkward corner. No real way to get out without setting up something complicated and slow. Alright, let's see if Fluff can ride the ice block. Oh, getting smacked by the ice block. Okay, 3 hits with a 2-handed weapon, arrow aim, and may not have time to get up there with yeah, we're just gonna let it launch and then wind bomb off the wall. Nice freeze frame. Very cool. And that's probably similarly fast, since you're landing closer.
Yeah, he doesn't get to cancel the stasis timer manually, but it seemed like he got up there as probably as fast as he could.
Yeah, great backup, if not planned, and well done. And this is another fun shrine, like legacy-wise, because it used to be a pretty challenging one before wind bombs, and even with wind bombs, it's a bit annoying. The ricochet strat here can just sometimes not send you in the right way, or you ragdoll too much. And looks like Rebecca's is fine. Yeah, she's just high enough. And looks like Fluff is setting up their Infinity SCW. So it was just a routing choice, it seems. They're heading to Rakuzun Zone now. And I think it's mostly confirmed through some data decompiling, but for whatever reason, gliding in the area of the Gerudo Tower is bad for this Infinity SCW. It is some kind of like overworld map trigger that can override the elevator flag or something. So people tend to try to hug this mountain as closely as they can and steer around it. I can't confirm or deny that based on my own experience necessarily, but better safe than sorry. So there you go. Tina warping back to Tina Kosa and then setting a fire to noon for Burita Nag, which will come up in 2 shrines. And this route skips Impa, doesn't it, Tao? So what does that mean?
It skips Impa, so that means that dragons won't spawn in the overworld.
True. And it also means that they're going to get the long Divine Beast explanation cutscene as well.
What we've been calling Zelda's TED Talk.
Yes. I haven't heard that before. That's good. So Fluff got the Infinity SCW to work. Very nice. Rebecca, no.
I
Speed capped
remember
again.
casually it being a little. It felt a little weird because there are like 3 NPCs that essentially tell you exactly the same thing, plot wise. I think it was just the designers making sure that you didn't miss like important plot developments. So, like the old man, when you get the paraglider, basically explains the whole plot to you. When you come to Rito Village, Zelda explains the plot to you about the
Mhm.
divine beasts and everything. And then when you go to Impa, Impa explains the divine beasts to you as well. So,
Right.
casually, if for me at least, in the order that I did things, it felt like they were really hammering home the story.
Which you get with an open world game. Like you have the option to go anywhere in an open world, seamless world environment. Like they gotta nudge you a little bit. And I know it's a traditional complaint of people that there's not enough to do in the main quest of the game, and that's fair. They focus a lot more on the overworld and exploration and experimentation, but it adds a lot of fun things. Oh boy, I'm worried about Fluff right now.
Yeah, flying right over Gerudo Town.
Okay.
The trigger to kick you out of Gerudo Town when you're not wearing the Gerudo clothes is active,
Yeah.
and uh, you do need a certain amount of height to clear it.
Yeah.
And so Fluff kind of trying to execute that super launch didn't get it, but then kind of the consequence was that he let Link fall quite a bit. So
Right.
Orcus there was a little nervous that he was going to get caught in that cutscene.
Yeah. It's kind of a formula of height and speed. Like
Hmm.
if you have enough height, pretty much any speed will get you through. It's kind of rare to not get through. But if you have good speed and not enough height, you will get caught more often than not. So very fortunate there that that didn't go the wrong way, because it's an annoying time loss of waiting for them to kick you out and load the game back in, maybe 20 seconds or more.
Hmm.
So Rebecca timed the time of day correctly and opened up the Brita Nag Shrine, which this is one we could SCW into, but a thing I haven't really talked much about are like normal shrines and special shrines and infinity shrines and things like that. Do you want to give a little more perspective on that?
Yeah, so I guess normal shrines are shrines that are just out there in the overworld. These usually have, I think, what are the? I'm going to get these numbers wrong, but what I remember is an entry radius of 100 meters, an unloading radius of 64, something like that.
Roughly, yeah.
There are shrines that rise up from the ground, and these are special in that their unload radius is much larger, meaning
Mhm.
the game kind of doesn't decide to like remove the elevator from memory for until you get further out. And I think it's something like 500 meters,
Yeah, I can't remember what it
maybe.
is. Yeah, it's big.
um,
It's big is
yeah.
the thing. Much
So,
bigger.
so the thing with Burita Nag is that it's a shrine that rises up from the ground, and it's if you go 500 meters away from it, the next shrine, Vu Loda, is actually within that radius,
Yep.
which allows for the easier version of the SEW to be executed, meaning Rebecca just needs to have storage, move over into the area of Vu Loda, open a text box, and she'll be able to enter Vu Loda. And that saves over the restricted route roughly something like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that Vomito is pretty short and fast, but it's one of the first things we started implementing with SCW back in mid 2020, is trying to figure out a way to skip this part of the run, and it's very quick, as you can see. Like we're getting right in with no issues whatsoever. It's 2 minutes instead of
Yeah.
15.
So no buffering, no need to worry about instant text box or anything like that. It's just move into range of the shrine, do any action that creates a text box, and then the SCW works.
And it's kind of unique too, because we are so close to the elevator. She could sit there in a text box for 24 hours, walk away, and come back, and then close it, and it would still trigger. It's the nature of loading radiuses in this game, which is consistent with itself, but also inconsistent in like why they chose to program it that way. But we've found nice ways of exploiting it. And a very difficult mid-air wind bomb to get in the cage from Rebecca. Very nice work. So we're sitting at, let's see, Rebecca just finished her 56th shrine, and Fluff is probably around 57 or so, coming up on 58. Yeah. All right, so we're getting our new set of runners soon.
Speaking of, one of them is you, right?
It's me. It'll be fun. I get to do Downea.
Speaking of new runners, Orcus, if you would like to head out, I can be here for the last little bit so you can warm up if you would like.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks so much for the relief. And thanks for listening to my random blathering.
Thanks, Orcus, for the awesome commentary so far.
Yeah, see you soon.
Good luck on your leg.
Thanks.
Hey, Lit.
Hello, good morning. I just got back from getting coffee, so...
Morning.
Here we are. Sorry, I'm looking for the commentary link real quick, and then I will be with you. Okay, okay.
Yeah, we see Rebecca on Shah Warvo, while Fluff is now doing some of the shrines that Rebecca had done earlier. He's on his BLSS over to Hawakoth. And I think Rebecca's path here will take her into Hebra for the first time. From Shah Warvo, she's going to go to Makara. And then from there, it's a steady climb up Hebra Mountain until she gets near the peak in a shrine named Shadana. And then the route will take them on different branches down Hebra Mountain and then work back up and down Hebra Mountain until all of Hebra is completed.
Has any runner done the inside of the shrine yet? With Hawakoth?
Rebecca has completed Hawakoth on their route, and she had some trouble. She did not get the outside skew, and then ended up using the piston backup for getting skew inside. We actually saw her pause for some time, possibly to look up what the backup was before executing it. But Fluff there getting skew on that ramp there.
Special.
Yeah, so we've seen Fluff execute some fairly idiosyncratic strats recently. It's been kind of fun to watch.
Very fun.
So Fluff from here, I didn't catch exactly where Fluff is warping out to.
Sorry, I had looked down for a second. I didn't notice either.
But looks like Fluff is on. That was Shrine 59 for Fluff, so he has one more before finishing his leg of the relay.
So it looks like Cliff is getting storage here, so he's gonna probably ISC or something.
Yeah, where's he going? He's done Rakazunzo already. So, he's gonna do Mijarogi now. He's gonna do Blood Moon.
As you all know, this shrine normally would take you about around 6 hours to get in, and we'll be done in around probably 5 or less. So the finding of this kind of, we were worried for a good bit there in, what was it, 2021, where people were starting to get around the 6-hour mark in all shrines. And like, what is going to happen with this category? Is it just going to be dead for a while? Which Orcus has proved it isn't, because he runs restricted. But I remember the first finding of this bug for SCW was quite wild. Opened everything up. Yeah, Orcus is doing his best to kill Restricted. I think Luke's gonna do a different method of this activation and read a book. It's special.
Yeah, I think Orca's just recently improved the restricted categories world record to just under 6 hours.
Yeah, crazy.
And the world record for unrestricted is at 4 hours and 8 minutes right now. So like hour 50 plus difference between the two categories based off of this one glitch is wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looks like Rebecca is having a little bit different difficulty climbing.
Yeah, this is a hard path up to Mozo Sheno. I think she's right here. She just needs to get over this lip.
Yeah. There she goes. Sometimes midders just stop working and then you get really frustrated, so. Oh, and we have Cliff finishing their segment. GG's.
Yeah, GG
That's
Fluff.
60.
60, and who's the next runner coming up for Team Zonai Zoomers?
I think Lim.
Well, awesome. Lim's going to take
Yeah.
over. Rebecca's almost there, so Rebecca is going to... So Mozo Sheno will be Rebecca's Shrine 59, I think, and that means Shada Na will be her Shrine 60. So Orcris gets to take over from the top of Hebra.
Ooh, exciting. Do they have a backup shield here, or is no, they do. Okay, they're still on there.
Yeah, there's a
egg school shield.
Yeah, it looks like a rusty shield and a radiant shield.
Which radiant shield's pretty decent. So again, if you weren't here earlier when we were explaining how in the world are we going to get 8 people all synced up, the way we're doing this is using a Nintendo Family account to download the data from one runner and then upload it onto the next runner. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
And this was something we've used in the past for our Hundo relays. So neat that we can have a consistent play experience across the entire team. So each team has sort of been prepping for the last month for this in terms of discussing what route they're going to use, the order that they're going to do the shrines, and the different strats they're going to use there. So they do need to be kind of on the same page in terms of their resource management.
Yeah, getting everything. Well, this is not as big of a deal as when did we do the Hunter Relay before ISD?
We did Hundo Relay before IST. There was transmutation, but not IST. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a bigger deal in terms of like, okay, so who wants what food? But this is a little bit different because we don't even have to like worry about, okay, so one runner is a little bit slower, so they're going to need a little bit more speed food, or someone's going to need a little bit more health food. So IST makes this whole process a whole lot smoother.
Yeah.
In terms of that kind of routing.
I think the main thing that the runners need to be aware of is like which items they've already used in their Infinity SCWs. And at least the team on the right, I forget what their name is, and it's not on my screen right now, but the team on the right has some arrow management to do. Because Team Zonai Zoomers has corrupted all of their arrow counts to be effectively infinite, but Team 2 has not. So they do need to manage their fire and shock arrow count for the entire run.
And that comes even a little bit more into play because this route also has, this run also has Ganon in it, so it's not a big deal for these runners, especially with the Great Eagle Bow. Oh, no Great Eagle Bow. I'm so dumb. Just some of the weapons you can pick up and cast, but still.
Okay, with that, Rebecca is done with her leg, and I'm going to be stepping out of commentary, and I see Newborn has just joined us. So, Newborn Lit, take it away for the second half.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Tom,
Tom.
so much. Hello, newborn. How are you doing?
Hey, Lit, I'm pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. I have a donut and some coffee and some all shrines. Pretty great.
Yeah, that sounds good. I had my donut earlier, and I've got a slice of cold leftover pizza right now, so
Oh, nice.
I'd say we're vibing pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm just hopping in here. It looks like we're at the transition moment from legs
Mm-hmm.
2 to 3. I was out for most of leg 2. Is there anything I wonder that I might have missed? I don't know if you saw much or any of that.
I was also out. I was getting coffee, so.
And so
um.
we're coming into this pretty blind. That's
Yeah.
great. But I think leg 3, oh, it looks like they're already on the screen. We have Limb Cube and
Mm-hmm.
Orcris, so two
Mm-hmm.
really high quality runners. That should be exciting.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we all know Lib from his famous commentary. He's been around for forever. Um, just such a great runner, such a great just person in general. Love Lim, and then Orcus has been crushing. Learning Hundo, getting a pretty good time there, and then also crushing that all strengths restricted category as we were talking about a couple seconds ago. So both of these runners are fantastic.
Yeah, and I know that Lim has been running some all shrines recently, I assume in preparation for this. In
Yeah,
the
I
middle
believe
of
so.
his very busy getting prepped for Tears of the Kingdom and the kind of the official Tears of the Kingdom hype man in the speedrun community. So they should be both pretty brushed up on their strats and ready to do their best here.
Hmm. So we have two different, I think, two different starting shrines. Orcus will be starting at Shadana, so kind of up, up in Heber Mountains, and then okay, Lib will just be getting out of Miyaroki, which of course is not there because we did an SCW to get out of it. So two very different places in terms of routing.
Yeah, it seems like the from what I was able to watch of the earlier parts of the relay, the routes that the two teams are using are very different from one another.
Hmm.
So it's I don't know which branches each team has done and which ones they haven't. It looks like Lim is probably heading over to either Shayloya, no, probably towards
The ball game.
oh Toyasa, right? The
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Thunder Plateau.
Hmm.
And do a little wacky ISCW here of some, or no, they're not even SCW. It
No,
doesn't look like.
no, I think they're just straight doing it. They'd have had to get storage somewhere. Yeah.
Right, or I guess I have seen some runners in preparation for a later SCW come and activate the cutscene. I think if the cutscene activates when you're trying to do the SCW, it kills the storage. So it looks like he's going to wind bomb away, probably
Oh,
back to
right. That
Shayloya
makes
from
sense.
here.
That
So they're
makes sense.
setting up probably a future SCW,
Right.
I assume from cut to car.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm gonna head up probably to Shayloya.
And Orcris must be still waiting for his the go ahead to get started on his leg. I know that from hearing Orcris talk earlier, he's kind of drawn the short
Yes,
straw to do a bunch of the ISCWs in
I
this
believe
kind of
so.
shrines 61 to 90 portion of the run, which those are difficult and can be frustrating to pull off at times, especially with the RNG factor that plays in.
Yeah, absolutely, and so quite close timing wise and execution wise. And these runners are pretty good at getting storage at this point, but sometimes it is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, sure
Yeah.
can be. The timing on the getting of elevator storage for me is super finicky, and I've never been able to be super consistent with it. But so it
Mhm.
amazes me to see runners like Orchrist and Piston and Player Five and Xiao, who can just get it pretty much every time without
Yeah,
trouble.
absolutely.
It takes a lot of muscle memory to master.
Another fun fact we didn't say about Limrat, but this trick, this Infinity ISCW that has kind of come into play in the last, I guess it's like 9 months, maybe?
Like
I'm
that.
not 100% on the timing. It was actually on Lim's stream that ISCW was found, so that's kind of really cool that we get to see him run this. Um, it was kind of a brain amalgamation of pistons and bings and limbs, trying to do some wacky stuff without runes. So
Right.
really cool that we get to see him run this.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to have a major discovery breakthrough, in
Yeah.
a on stream in a speed run or challenge run kind of setting that, usually those things are discovered through glitch hunters who are meticulously experimenting with things and just kind of trying stuff out. And I guess that's what Lim was doing, just sort of in an
Mhm.
on the fly, off the cuff, live on Twitch in front of hundreds of viewers setting, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Very, very cool. We have
Orcrist is
another.
heading off to Hiamiu here, which is all the way up in the northwestern corner of the map.
Mhm.
Lit, you'd mentioned Shada Na being his starting point. It's actually super advantageous because Shada Na, I think, is one of the highest elevation
Yeah.
shrines, so it makes it really easy to get just about anywhere you might want to go. I know that in most All Shrines routes, they warp to Shada Na several times to get to different places that are hard to get to otherwise.
Mhm. We see Lim unfortunately having a little bit of trouble with getting into this pillar. But there he goes. We were talking about, or Orchestra Tal were talking about earlier about left versus right side gang. So we see Orchest over here doing a little bit of right side. It doesn't really actually matter. It's mostly based on your muscle memory and what you prefer.
I am a right pillar gang all the way, though.
Yeah, I just recently transferred to right pillar after being fed up with Talonag just kicking my butt.
Right. That's the only test of strength that you're gonna clip through in a hundo, I think, right? The rest of them you can Omega Bow and just
Yeah.
take the Guardians out the easy way.
Yeah, I mean, you used to have to do all of them, so yeah. Yeah, it's over for the number of tricks in this run that could go potentially very wrong. It is a very close race, Cobb. Granted, we haven't done that many ISCWs yet. Orchest here will do a lot of them, I think. So there's a potential for something to happen. But yeah, it's very close.
Yeah, once Orcrist, at whatever point in the route, his team activates the Jitan Sami Shrine, the Nadra Mount
Mm-hmm.
Lanayru Shrine. That is used for, I think, 4 or 5 ISCWs in very short succession. With shrines like Shoka Tatone, which usually you have to get the Guardian pictures to activate. We don't want to do that, so we're going to ISCW that one, and Eventide, and
No one wants to do Eventide.
no, absolutely not. Eventide is pretty scary sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you only have 3 hearts, and I guess you could smuggle a few fairies in there if you wanted to, but it's slow, and a lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah. So we see Orcus going through to get to Cuomo. It's a little bit of a clip through the mountain, and then you have to clip back inside into the Great Skeleton. So the kind of the visual cue there is there's like you can almost see a wall texture on the side that kind of points up when you're flying over, and it's a bit of a corner, and you have to wedge yourself into the corner and then just side hop or scope as much as you can to get through there. Can be a little bit tricky, but not that bad.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a discussion going on in chat right now about whether you could kill the minor guardian test of strengths, and my guess is that with Limcube's team's routes, they have so many. The IST gave them a ton of elemental arrows,
Mm-hmm.
and so you could probably, I would assume, there's a couple places along the route where you could grab decent power bows and take those out. But with Orcrist's team's route, they don't have the firepower, and a good clean test of strength skip is going to be as fast or faster, even than fighting the minor guardians if it's executed cleanly.
Mm-hmm. So we see Lim changing time of day to noon. Not 100% sure why that is, but
I would guess he's heading off to Rito Village to do the
for
Rito Village
Breed-
shrines, including Burita
Breed-
Nog.
Brita Nog, okay, yeah.
Yeah, which is one of those time of day dependent shrines where the little heart-shaped shadow lands on the shrine pedestal and you have to shoot it with a fire arrow or hit it with a fire weapon or build a fire on it or something to make it on fire. It looks like he's going to go to Akva Quat first. The shrine can be activated, Burita Nog, I think from like 12:25 to... There's like a 30-minute window or maybe 45 minutes. It's fairly tight. but Aquaquad is a pretty easy shrine that not too much can go wrong with, in theory. So it should be well set up for time of day activation after this one.
And yeah, they do get the Zelda TED Talk, but other than that.
Which fortunately time of day doesn't advance during the little TED Talks.
Yep.
Orcrist completing the Rock Uwog Shrine, continuing his sweep through Hebra. Most of these shrines, as you surely have seen if you've been watching, can be cheesed pretty easily with wind bombs. There's only a handful of shrines that we can't just wind bomb straight to the end. I think actually, if I remember correctly, the shrine that he's headed to next is one of the few where there's a non-wind bomb strat. I think he's headed to Shagema, where he'll use Magnesis and Stasis to actually unlock a chest and get a key.
Yeah, one of the few. A BLSS in this shrine. I have never seen that before. I look in. You see you jump down to the first set of fans and then wind bomb from there. That's a cool shot.
Yeah, it looks like he had to kind of hop a little bit at the end to. I don't think he had quite enough height from the little peg step up, so just had to get a little bit of a hop there, which is doable because of the weird kind of pseudo grounded state that BLSS puts you in. You can hop out of it instead of just drop. So.
Yeah, Newborn. I was wondering if you had a little bit of feedback. I think coming from me from your headphones. I don't know.
Ooh, I'm gonna mute real quick and I'll try to get that resolved.
As we were as we were discussing earlier, we're gonna have to get Burrito Nag, which you see is like right still in the activation time, so it's gonna shoot an arrow real quick. Yeah, the almost last couple seconds. Yep, and we have Shagema, which is one of the only casual strats. It's very cool, very fun. Yeah. As Orcrist and Tal were talking about earlier, getting Vuloda first allows us to do actually a non-buffered SCW from Burrito Nag to Vuloda, which if you don't know what Vuloda is, that's the shrine where you have to get all the baby birds together and then they have to sing their song, and it takes a long time. So it's one of the special SCWs where we're not doing an ISCW, so we're not doing any weird fish stuff with the not cutscene. What is the word for that? Anyway, not doing anything activation. Sorry, my brain's still waking up. I'm still having my coffee. That's happening. But as you'll see, text box. Thank you. Oh my word, I just couldn't think of the word. So because the shrine unloading radius overlaps from Burrito Nag to Vuloda, we don't have to do any buffering, and so Lim will just wind bomb over here, and then I am a Hundo runner. I've been around in this community since about 2019. So I've been around the block here for a while. I don't run all shrines, but I verify all shrines. And so you see Lim is picking up this rush room in order to activate the SCW. I've been around for a while, but I don't run this guy, but I run Hundo and I run and I verify. So the Zoomer team is currently in the lead, if you're wondering.
All right, I'm back, and hopefully the audio issues maybe are taken care of. Let me know if they're still getting an echo or feedback or whatever.
Oh, you're back. Hello, newborn.
Hello.
All right. The Orcrist just finished Classic Pookie, which is one of our few Labyrinth shrines. So... Oh, Orcrist just caught up to the same shrine count. Okay, so maybe we're pretty even now at this point. Nice wind bomb from Libcube in Vuloda. That wind bomb is going to be a little bit tricky. But...
Yeah, that one for sure can be pretty annoying. If you're misaligned or too high or too low, you kind of have to bounce off the ceiling and down into the cage.
Yeah, and so we're getting the dark. Oh, ooh, scary. Sokoto Mawai is coming next.
Legend, the little music note is just for the which stream's audio you're hearing.
And so, Orcus, all Orcus is gonna have to do here is pick up the orb from on the Hinox and run off with it.
Left the orb behind.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that. That would not be a good idea. So we're going for Sharwarvo for Limcube, which is gonna be a nice little wind bomb and midair if Lim can get it.
Hopefully, at least, if everything goes right.
Yeah.
It can be hard to get enough height on the midair to get all the way up. It's a super vertical shrine. The casual is they want you to ride these updrafts all the way up, and it looks like he's not gonna go. Oh no, he is. Okay, he's just doing a slightly different path. It looks like.
Yeah, normally people will wind bomb to the right. Oh, unfortunate for Lim. He's gonna have to take the updraft, but a lot of people will wind bomb to the right and then wind bomb to the left.
Mm-hmm.
There, but
Orcish, they're getting the swaggy little 5-second time save of doing a cheeky square first wind bomb off of the little bird statue in the dark.
Nice.
Slightly faster than running.
Slightly.
But way cooler, obviously.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Way cooler.
Yeah, and I'm curious to look at the shrine counter here at the loading screen and see, because it has been that the Zoomers have been slightly ahead. Looks like 66 shrines for Orcrist's team and 67, so they still have a one shrine lead. But again, with how different their routes are and not knowing, there's some shrines that are slower and some that are faster, it's hard to say for sure that that's, puts one team or the other ahead or behind.
Yeah, and so we see that Orcish has just warped to Mezzalo, so we are going to get some of the shrines and more of the closer to like the Lene Rufarin region, probably heading up to Dutan Sami to do some of those SCWs.
Yeah, that's what I would presume. Are we going to be heading to Dao Naya next? I hope not. That shrine is notoriously bad.
Yeah, Dao Naya is the really funky. Well, it's not that funky. It's just annoying square first wind bomb. It can be kind of tricky sometimes.
Yeah, I thought Orcrist said that he wasn't going to have to deal with this one, but he might have been mistaken, because that definitely looks like where he's heading.
Or maybe...
the platform the shrine is on, or the platform that the monk cage is on, is so small.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of smash Link into the monk cage and just pray that he doesn't flop off the narrow ledge that he's supposed to land on. We'll all prage for Orcrist.
The ragdoll can be the worst here.
Yes.
So bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 different wind bomb setups, and it seems like you use one of them until it expires, and then you go with a different one, and then it all amounts to hope and pray.
Yep, that's the one I do. Yeah, off the ramp there.
Yep. I think that's the one that I see most folks do. I know he was experimenting with building a cryo block and then doing a round first wind bomb, but that worked very cleanly for him. He's probably big sigh of relief to not get stuck, because you can get stuck there sometimes for several minutes just trying over and over and over. And it's very frustrating.
But looks like Lim's team is going to start their round through Hebra. Which can be a little bit of an annoying region, because we all know you can see so well in Hebra.
Feels Hebra, man.
Yeah, it feels Hebra, man.
And this little leg here between Makara and Mozo Sheno, I want to say might be the most wind bombs you have to do from one shrine to another, because you can't BLSS. You have to gain too much height. So it's something like, even optimally, it's like 6 wind bombs or something like that. Orcrist activating the Kam Urog shrine. Yeah, the cursed statue. It's very scary. That one's actually, it's a time of day dependent, but it's not that bad because the time window is like literally all night. So as long as you get there and it's nighttime, or even you can make it night when you get there and it's, you know, the time of day works out just fine. So it's not too bad.
I would say, in answer to your question, Zalz, I think All Shrines is one of the most technical runs that we have in Breath of the Wild between all of the SCWs and the ISC. It is the most technical run that we have. So I'd say pretty difficult. Definitely doable.
I would agree with that.
But difficult.
Probably not one you want to start with as your first category.
Yeah.
There's a lot of daunting. I mean, just the SCW trick is difficult to learn and then difficult to kind of master and refine. And you have to do so many of them, and any one of them can lose you multiple minutes if things go sideways.
Yep.
So Orcrist will likely be heading from here to Hateno Village, I believe, for the Miam Agana Shrine, and then, as Lit speculated earlier, up towards Mount Lanayru and the Jitan Sami Shrine that we use for so many of the ISCWs coming in this section of the run.
Oh, we're gonna get a little bit of a fancy ore step up here. If you didn't know you could do this, you can do this. You can step up on ore. It's just a little bit tricky.
Yeah, their shapes are so irregular that they can be kind of annoying to get the right step up, but Orcrist navigated that very nicely.
We see Lim can kind of trying to ascend up Hebra Mountain here. Getting some height.
Oh, you can. It's pretty common to get Mia Magana unloaded because everything in Hateno takes so long to load, but the shrine loaded right in Orcrist's face. Just kind of smacked into the door as it appeared. Yeah, definitely. So Lim here is at the Shah Dana shrine, which you were talking about earlier, is advantageous for its height. I would assume that he will head kind of the path that Orcrist took earlier, where he went over to Hiamu and then clipped into the Great Hebra Skeleton Cave.
Yeah. Shah Dana is kind of like, if you think about like Hebra kind of being like a wheel, it's the middle of the wheel. Shah Dana.
Shanana.
Shanana.
I don't remember if Orcrist from here needs to go to. I don't remember if Tano Oa is in between Mia Magana. It's kind of awkward because Tano Oa is in that same direction, but it's much lower.
Yes.
Whereas you need to get a ton of height for Jitan Sami, so I'll be curious to see if Orcrist winds up going to Tano Oa. I don't know when else Tano Oa would fit, though.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to do a bunch of mid-airs anyway.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, we see Lim doing the similar thing as Newborn predicted. Probably going to Hiamu, and then to Cuomo.
Hopefully the I don't want a commentator curse, but hopefully the Hebra skeleton clip goes as smoothly for Lim as it did for Orcrist. Yeah, it looks like Orcrist is kind of sliding over this little ridge and dropping way down to Tano Oa, using his hammer to break the breakable rocks to access the cave there. And then I was talking about Mozo Sheno maybe being one of the most win bombs. I think Jitan Sami probably ties it or exceeds it now that I think about it, because I want to say you do like a 6 win bomb path or something like that that includes a couple of mid-airs in there. It can be a little scary if something goes wrong and you fail a mid-air or something like that. Oh no!
Sad Lim.
That is sad.
Yeah.
He just barely didn't have enough height. I bet if Link was rotated so he was facing the ledge, he would have climbed up and over, but because kind of his back was to the ledge, he couldn't grab on and climb. Only thing you can really do there is reload.
Yeah. They don't really have any of the firepower. If you're wondering why they don't just fight all of them, it would just take so many weapons.
Oh, it looked like Lim had a pre-existing skew there. You can kind of see Link flick to the side when he was trying to get skew on the ledge, so he had to fully clear and then reset, but looks like he's in good shape now.
Yeah. I see
It's
Arthur
sort of-
starting to climb. Oh, yeah. Did he?
Yeah, climbing up. It's sort of funny that landing in the Guardian pit doesn't trigger the Guardian to come out. It's so weird. The trigger is actually located well before the pit begins, and by that point, by the time they land in the Guardian pit, they've already gone over that trigger. So, if it triggered, then you could try to evade the Guardian and clip your way through anyways, but being stuck in the pit, the only other thing you could do is try to do a fun wall jump to get out of there, but that's tricky.
So Orcus executed that beautifully. Got all of the height necessary to get up that mountain, and then Lim is gonna do this clip into this mountain, which I've heard people like this clip better than the one that we do in Hundo. I don't know.
I've heard that as well.
How comfortable it is. Yeah. The one in Hundo is a little bit weird in that it's one of those wacky ones you have to hold forward and be in a specific spot, and it's a mess sometimes.
You do have to hold forward for this one too, but I don't know what's the difference. I haven't learned the Hundo clip yet, but this one is fairly consistent as long as you get skew that's strong enough. Hi, Nadra.
Hold on, bye, Nadra.
And we're not going to free you. We're going to completely ignore you when you're suffering. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
If you want to see Nadra freed, go watch Hundo. That's the only thing you can do. Very smooth clip back back in bounds for Lim.
Yeah.
Here he must be... Okay, yeah, this is a Royal Claymore that I assume he's grabbing to prep for the boss rush. I'm sure they covered this earlier, but one of the really common All Shrines questions we get is, why do you have to beat the game? It's not a shrine to defeat Ganon. And the simple reason is because that's what the community decided the category should involve. There's kind of a convention that main board categories always end with beating the game. So we'll get all 120 shrines, and then we'll take a little 10-minute detour to beat Ganon in all of his forms.
Yep. Yeah, we had a vote on that. Like, I feel like it was close to a year ago. This time last year.
It might have been longer ago than that. I think it was quite a while ago.
Really? It's been too long.
It has been a long... The time goes by fast, Lit. What do you know?
Yeah. Surely, Trevor. Surely.
So here we see Orcrist getting elevator storage. Oh, he must not have gotten the activation there. Detonated the bomb to escape the shrine, but didn't get the A press to activate the shrine elevator. Guess maybe I should unmute the audio from his stream.
So you can hear the A press. Yeah.
So I don't know which shrine he's headed off to, but one of the shrines off in the distance, and I'm sure that Orcrist and Tau explained this earlier, but one of the more recent discoveries within the last year is the ability to use a select number of shrine elevators that never really actually unload like we thought they did. And so you can take the elevator storage a long, long ways without buffering, and it looks like Orcrist is headed off to Eventide.
Woohoo!
Huzzah!
Nobody wants to do Eventide.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful not to land on the island. Obviously, the cutscene would trigger in that case. So he's going to land in some shallow water within activation range of the shrine, and then do the choo-choo jelly shenanigans to get an instantly canceling text box that will activate the shrine without unloading the elevator. It can be pretty finicky.
Yep. Oh, it looks like he's doing a... Oh, wait. Okay. Rage.
Nice.
Yes.
So if you were wondering why he activated the Magnesis rune there temporarily, I believe that when you activate Magnesis and then drop something while the Magnesis rune is activated, it for some reason like normalizes or makes consistent where the item drops. So it's just kind of
Makes sense.
a little trick to help the Choo Choo Jelly always be in the same spot.
Makes sense. But can I press the A button?
I guess we'll see, Orcrist.
Oh man.
I believe in you, buddy.
Yeah. Lim's still doing that same little path that we saw Orcus do earlier with going over to Shagum, and then he's going to go over to Quasitoki probably to kind of complete the back half of Hebra, kind of along that mountain pass.
So we do get, you can see on Orcrist's feed, we get this annoying cutscene that we can't really avoid because the game is now registering us on Eventide Island, even though we've completed the shrine. So the monk is saying, hey, do this challenge, and we're going to say, no thanks, and just glide away.
Yeah.
Conveniently, that will, once we clear out of the challenge, it'll spawn us right next to the next shrine, which is Muojim, way up there on the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
it
do
then,
think
Orcrist? You're going to give up like that?
I do think it's funny that it doesn't realize that the shrine's being completed. And it's just like, okay, we still have to do the challenge.
And
But
it's,
this
to me...
isn't... Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Lit.
This is part of the reason why we do English as well. So if you were wondering, okay, so I've seen like someone like Player 5 or Limcube run in a lot of different languages. Why English? It's because of some of these text boxes where English is a lot faster and these long cutscenes where you cannot skip them. So we have the one that Lim's about to do, so any of the Labyrinth shrines, any of the Dark Shrine also has a similar cutscene, so that's why English.
And fun fact, Russian is pretty equivalent because you also only get one little text or little, version or edition of this Labyrinth cutscene. I don't know if that's true for the other All Shrines cutscenes or not, but in theory, if you were proficient in Russian, you could do it in Russian and maybe even save a tiny bit of time over English because the SOR cutscene is slightly faster than Russian.
Mm-hmm.
We may, depending on the routing that Orcrist's team is doing, we may see a buffered SCW here, but I'm not sure that we will. I guess we'll find out momentarily.
If you don't know about buffered SCWs are by far the most difficult type of SCWs because the buffering has to be in a certain rhythm, so much so that our runners use a metronome. So, and if you don't do the buffering correctly, it doesn't work. So, the worst.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult trick. And you've really got to kind of cross your fingers and pray because even if you do everything perfectly, there's enough RNG involved that you could be buffering with excellent rhythm along with your metronome and you've still just picked the wrong frames. And we have no way of knowing which frames the elevator unloads on. So Orcrist here is shield surfing to try to quickly get from the radius of Muojim to the radius of Kaya. And then we'll turn back towards the shrine to try to activate the elevator and really, really hope that it hasn't unloaded.
Yeah. And Kaya, if you don't know what that is, Kaya is the one where you go and take little pictures of all of the fragments of the shrines, the pieces that helps the guy solve the puzzle, and you have to kneel down. And we don't get camera in this route, so that's why we have to do the SCW. Unfortunate for Orcrist.
Yeah, that's just unfortunately the nature of the beast there. With buffered SCWs is his buffers looked solid. I mean, as far as I could tell, I don't hear the metronome that he's hearing in his headphones, but there's nothing about that looked, wonky. And so he just kind of got bad luck.
So Orcus is trying to do an SCW, which is a shrine coordinate warp. It allows us to skip some of the more annoying puzzles or trials that you have to do in order to activate some of the shrines or raise some of the shrines from the ground. In the case of this one, Kaya. Oh no, you don't have to raise this one.
You do have to
You
raise
do.
it from the
You do.
ground, yeah.
Oh my goodness, coffee. Hello, please cooking faster.
It's okay. There's lots of shrines and lots of puzzles that are easy to mix up.
Yeah. So we're trying to skip that process. And this one requires the camera. We're not going to go get the camera. That's too slow. And so we can essentially skip all of that by doing these shrine coordinate work.
Let's go.
Nice. And so the reason why workers had to buffer this one is because each shrine has a radius. And with SCWs, certain SCWs, you can carry the shrine activation over to another one. But if the game finds out in the middle, if you think about like kind of two circles and you're like moving from one circle to another, if the game finds out in the middle, in between the circles, that you're actually not activating a shrine, it will just kind of not let you go in. And so that's why he has to buffer to kind of keep that activation going from one circle to another. I don't know if that makes sense at all.
And one of the funky things about the buffering process in particular is that buffering in this game with the quick menu can generate lag. We use it all the time to get super launches off of wind bombs. But in this case, lag is actually really bad because it messes up the frame cycle that dictates the elevator unload. So that's why you saw him looking up towards the sky for the most part, is to minimize the number of objects on the screen so that he did not get lag.
Mm-hmm. So.
It's very close right now, just kind of built different. I haven't checked the way that you can tell is there's a number at the top of each of the feeds. That is the number of shrines they've completed. Mm-hmm. But they're running different routes. So it is, Orcra's team is slightly behind right now. But it's also possible they might have done some of the longer, more arduous shrines, and that difference will even out over time. Hard to say for sure.
I kind of think Lim's gonna leave most of the ISCWs to Piston. That's my suspicion, anyway. So some of the longer ones that Orchrist has done may be left to the last runner here on the Zoomer team. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to tell.
So with this little Lurelin village area now complete, I suspect we'll see Orchrist warping back up to Jitan Sami for another SCW.
Another.
Probably maybe Shayota or possibly Sheikatha. Which may not mean a whole lot if you're not familiar with the shrine names. Oh, it looks like he might be headed to Chaskata, which is the little island shrine hanging out kind of in the middle of the Lanero Sea out here. I always forget about this one.
But Trevor has 4 SCWs. Ooh, spicy.
Good luck, Trevor. I think part of the thinking with giving Trevor the final branch is that he's a prolific any percent runner, and of the 4 runners on that team, is probably the most skilled at the boss rush. So it makes sense for him to go last, kind of bring the team home. Certainly interesting to think about, like which segments to give which runner based on their strengths. I mean, Orchrist is so experienced with ISCW that it makes sense for him to do this section, and then I would suspect. Well, this is an interesting entry into the ice cave. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Or not the ice cave, the icy river.
The icy water.
Yeah.
Oh. Cool.
Anyways, I think part of the reasoning for giving player 5 the first leg is that, he's the current world record holder in this category. It's pretty nice to operate from an early lead. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way because Xiao played almost perfectly.
Yeah. Xiao is such a great runner. He's so prolific at so many categories.
It's very good.
Very cool. Yeah. No, it's so cool to me that we have someone in like completely like East Asia running in this race. So cool. So it's so cool
Mhm.
how many different cultures and runners we have.
Right
Alright,
now,
now
Orcra's heading back to Jitan Sami.
where Lim is kind of finishing up around Hebra. Don't let that Hebra cleanup.
Yeah, I don't think we saw Orcris do this Hebra stuff earlier, did we?
No, we didn't see him do, I don't think we saw him do, what was that one? Lanaku. He kind of, where did he go? Yeah, and we didn't see him do Jihara either, I don't think.
I think, yeah, because this is actually a super cool strat. Lim's going to drop some metal crates from Amiibo and
Bang the door open.
just knock the door down. You see a lot of times runners who maybe aren't using Amiibo grab a snowball and roll the snowball a little bit to get it big and then stasis it and slam it into the door. But if you're already using Amiibo, that's a little bit faster.
Yeah. So it is actually funny that Amiibo now makes a difference in this run, not only because of that metal crate strat, that wouldn't be enough to like make a this run Amiibo, but because of the ISCWs and some of the fish, Amiibo is definitely the faster option.
Speaking of fish.
Yeah, speaking of fish. Alright, and then we have one. Oh, Octorok.
We got an Octo Rock shenanigans here.
Very
Very nice from
nice.
Orcrist. I was thinking, man, if it was me, I'd probably just take 5 seconds and blast that Octo Rock into the next dimension. But he handled that very, very well.
Wow. So if you don't remember, Shy Yoda is the one where you have to kind of blast the rocks open so that the wind can kind of carry you along to the pedestal. We got no time for that, so I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't know how much time that SCW saves. That's not one of the super, super arduous shrine quests, but every time you blast one of the little breakable rocks, there's like a 5 or 7 second cutscene where it shows where the wind is going, and then there's the shrine raising itself. So a clean Infinity SCW is definitely faster.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Trying to figure out where exactly Lim is going next. Potentially to Renoya, or...
I would guess Renoya, yeah. And this will be a major hype moment because some of you might have seen a video on YouTube that suggests that Renoya can be completed in 40 different ways.
What? No way!
Crazy. I wonder who is the genius who came up with that video.
I don't know.
It's nuts.
Crazy.
I'm assuming we'll see him use one of those 40 ways to complete this shrine right now. Probably the fastest one.
And probably the most boring.
Oh.
Oh?
Perhaps not. Well, what's he doing here?
Fall. Oh, he's just gonna win.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. I have not seen that. Oh, he forgot.
He must just prefer that wind bomb spot over, because a lot of runners go from the peg or from the ledge that's very close to where you start out at, but it can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Way number 40.5. All right, that is 80 shrines for Team Zoomer.
So
that means
crazy.
10 more in Lim's section, and then we will be swapping over to Piston. Reminder: there will be a little bit of downtime, 5 minutes or so, while the runners kind of pass the virtual baton, so to speak. I wonder why Lim is making it night here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think if there's any time of day.
Unless
Stuff around there.
maybe at the end of this branch they'll be going to having to activate Kam Urag. Maybe after Shagema and
Oh, okay. And then go up to kind of do Jitan Sami area. I guess that would make sense.
it looks like he's headed towards Manya Toma. This is interesting routing. I'm not sure that I've seen this particular little bit of movement.
Orcus is again doing another Infinity ISCW. Oh, and drop the BLSS.
Drop the
he's gonna have to
BLSS.
find a step up spot real quick.
YOLOing these step up spots can be kind of a pain. He gets it not too badly there.
And remember, you can't look back at the shrine, so he's gotta like remember not to look at the shrine, and then when you're within a certain radius. But where's he going?
Probably either Shoka Tatone or maybe Shekatha. Hey, welcome in ZSR2 with the raid.
Welcome from whatever you were doing. We've got a nice, exciting all shrines relay race here. We're at the end of our third leg, so stay tuned. Doing some exciting. This is one of our most heavily glitched categories, so it's pretty cool to see. So stick around.
Orchrist here is using the ISCW strat to activate Tawa Jin. If we were to do this casually, it involves some orb theft off of 3 Hinoxes and then having to run them long distances. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think... Sorry, continue. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I wonder if that failed because he did end up looking back at the shrine while he was still fairly close, and that might have unloaded the elevator.
Yeah. Not sure.
Only thing he can do now is reload and try again.
Yeah, he did say he forgore, so potentially it was that amiibo box thing as well. So maybe he just forgot to activate it or something. Yeah,
that's
he got
unfortunate.
that amiibo text box, so potentially that may have canceled the elevator.
I wonder if that's one of the kind of weirdnesses of sharing this save file through the Nintendo Switch Online. Wait, he has used Amiibo. What in the world?
Yeah. Huh.
Because he used Amiibo for to activate Shayota.
Oh yeah. Huh.
I was gonna say if maybe the Amiibo text box is tied to like he hadn't used Amiibo on his console, but even though other runners on the save file had, but that can't be it.
Yeah. Oh. I was trying to do a BLSS through a cave. That is not super fun. So I was trying to get through Magnoa.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, steering out through these tight little cave entrances is not fun. Looks like he's got it now, though.
Nice.
Heading probably to the Forgotten Temple, which surely will be the end of the branch, because it's not easy to get out of there.
Yeah. And if you're wondering, if you're new here and you're wondering, okay, so why isn't he doing this last? Like, don't you have to get the clothes? Shouldn't that be the last shrine? We don't actually require clothes for this run. Requiring Ganon, but not the clothes.
The eternal all shrines debate, right?
Yeah, yes. You can use Amiibo and skip the text box, Brand. I see. But thankfully, he did get it second try, so good.
I'm not sure that I could answer that question very well, just kind of built different. Some of the fish are undiscovered, some of them probably are at this point. But I believe that you have to pick up the fish that is undiscovered in the process of it transforming to another material that I think also has to be undiscovered, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that because I could be wrong. And so my guess is that maybe it's just for consistency or something else that somebody smarter than me knows. Or Chris doing a little bit of a Monka Steer BLSS to get towards the Dueling Peaks region.
Gotta go around a lot of mountains.
Yeah, veering pretty hard. This is where how good you are at controlling your BLSS comes into play. It's pretty easy to go pretty fast in long distances that are straight, but if you have to go around mountains, then it's kind of the art of knowing when and how hard to curve.
Mhm. Right, okay, so it does seem like we're actually going to see Lim do a couple of these ISCWs because he's going over to do kind of the same branch that Orcish has just been doing. So down IA and then to Mia, probably Kamarag. You're right with the time of day for Kamarag probably, and then Mia Agana or Tano, Mia Agana Tano, and yeah.
Then on kind of, following in Orcrist's footsteps, but Lim's team has done a kind of a little section of Hebra that I believe Orcrist's team hasn't done that will be part of their, I think, second to last branch.
So I guess Lim might do a couple of the ISCWs and leave Piston a couple of them as well. Because he's only got like 10-ish shrines left, right?
I think a little bit less than... I saw 80 from him a few shrines
Yeah.
ago on his shrine counter, so he's probably got 6 or 8.
Yeah, so maybe right before ISCWs, actually. Orcish not getting enough lag there to get a super, so he's unfortunate. That's the worst, and it kind of looks like snapback.
Snap-backed. It's the bane of runners everywhere.
Yep.
The menuing back and forth between bombs for the wind bomb process, you do it so much that it's pretty easy to kind of rush the inputs a little bit, and that can make snapback a lot more common. If you're using the stick, at least. Most runners, I think, do use the stick. You can use the L and R buttons to do that menuing, but for whatever reason, that's just not what muscle memory most runners have, I don't think.
My stick hates me. I get snapbacks so often. I have to like turn it 3 different times. It's so annoying. Oh my god.
Yep. This wind bomb that Orcish is doing is kind of scary because you just barely get up in enough height. In the days before IST and having infinite fairies, you'd have to do that wind bomb and then just mash the glider furiously, clench and pray that you'd be able to pull the glider before smashing into the ground. And it would work 60% of the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of deaths that happen there. I remember Tay getting super mad a lot of time.
Yep. And it was just one of those things that there's really nothing that you can do about it unless you do the slower, safer, casual strat of doing the cryo blocks and stuff like that.
Right. So this is the very annoying, Ridahi. It's not that bad. It's just you actually have to get either a square first or a turn here, and it's just annoying. And I feel like I've seen about 70 different shots for this shrine, and they all expire after about 6 months.
Yeah, this one's got to be like second to maybe Daonaya in terms of most annoying, difficult, finicky shrine wind bombs.
Yeah, so Orcish is gonna do a very long wait there, gonna do a huge turn. Everyone has their own strat for Ridahi. You gotta just kind of find what works for you because the ceiling is so low, you can't do a normal timing wind bomb. Square first kind of can be annoying sometimes, so finding what works for you is.
I'm a square first gang myself. How about you, Lit?
Yeah, same.
Yep. Oftentimes I end up doing 2, but no. I tried it and I could not get it consistent.
Yeah, me neither. I think I got it once, thought it was consistent, and then it was like, no, that actually really wasn't.
Nopers.
Yep. This is a fun SCW. This one's so fast that you can even use it in MSR, because all you have to do is get storage and then hop in the water. Get vaulted up.
Yeah, this one is actually, so it's kind of an anomaly because the shrine that we're going to doesn't need to be raised out of the ground. There's no arduous shrine quest. He just wants to it's super high up and he's from down below. SCW doesn't care how high or low you are, or how high or low the shrine that you're wrong warping into is. It only checks the X and Y coordinates, so you can use that SCW to gain a lot of vertical height very quickly, and skip either a really annoying wind bomb path or some sort of BTB to get up high.
Interesting. We're seeing actually Lim go around to the Dueling Peaks area. So he just entered Toto Sa, which is something that Orcus just did a couple minutes ago. So he's apparently going to be doing a lot of the Dueling Peaks stuff, and I guess living all of the ISCWs to Piston. So good luck, Piston.
Yeah, have fun, Piston.
Yeah.
Piston's a champ. He'll do fine.
Yeah, he'll do great.
I think this your Dueling Peak section is funny because you get like 3 or 4 shrines in the span of about 5 minutes time if everything goes right.
Yeah.
So those Dueling Peaks, the 2 Dueling Peaks at the top are so fast and so close together. You don't have to wind bomb, you just glide down.
Mm-hmm.
And then these very fast wind bombs in the shrine, you can get, a minute 10, a minute 5 splits here if you're pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
The Pyramid
Yeah.
respectfully declined that request, but thank you for your faith in my singing voice, I guess.
That's funny. Lim tried to get a nice turn there, nice speedy turn, but unfortunately kind of clipped the edge of the mountain. And had to do another wind bomb.
Yeah, hitting the mountain is super easy to do, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The angles just don't work out very well there for the ideal speedy turn wind bomb that you'd really like.
Urkus, where are you going now?
I would bet he's heading off to Kukanata, and the hope here is to get there so fast that the rock shell doesn't load in and you can just drop right into the shrine.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool when that happens.
Yeah, definitely.
It's hard to see because of all the rain. Thanks, Farron.
Yep.
Looks good so far. Oh, no! Oh, okay, no, the shrine loaded,
nice.
but the,
Nice.
Okay, we're good.
Yep. Wow, it appears willing to donate a one whole bit.
For singing a song that I don't know. 1 bit is a pretty generous offer, it appears. I'll have to think about that one. So ordinarily with Kukanata, if you're getting there at normal speed, for what the game considers normal speed, there would be a rock shell, and you're supposed to use lightning to or use a metal object to have lightning strike and break the shell. But we can skip that if we get there super speedy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Lim.
Oof.
The narrow canyon walls here can be a bit of a pain.
Yeah. And we'll see Lim strat for Reed Key, because I bet it's not the same as Orcus.
Yeah, I wonder he did... Oh,
yeah,
go ahead, Lit.
Oh, so if you saw, Workers just had to do a little bit of kind of a clip out because the rock walls still kind of form around the, and you can't like break them with bombs. You just have to kind of clip out. So yeah.
This is what I was wondering. Since he did Aqua Quad BLSS earlier, I wondered if he might do a cheeky little step up and try to get, because the height is just enough, I think, if you get it. But these torches, lamp things are super annoying.
Oh no, we're having a moment from Urkus. Interesting is I usually step up on the peg if I'm gonna try to, because I've tried to do that's where I usually step up if I was gonna do that.
Is that not high enough? Maybe I can't imagine that tiny bit of height makes a difference. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, when you switched over to the peg, you got it just about right away.
Yeah. Because I did try doing the BLSS. It just didn't work out super well for me, so I stuck with this way first. I believe it's because of the way that we're doing the transfer. Right? Yeah.
I think so, yeah. They're
Yeah.
not counting the time it takes the runners to switch from one runner to the next.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, come on.
No.
I mean, that loses maybe 2 seconds, but it's so... I mean, it's like when Mia Magana loaded right in his face
Yeah.
earlier. The game picks the worst possible time to catch up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Lavender Laura. Lim having a little bit of difficulty getting storage here at Redehe.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There we go. So again, he's just gonna float down into the water here and look back up and gonna activate.
So kind of a funny little thing is that because the two upper dueling peak shrines are so close, if you land on the closer side of the water, you will get into the shrine on that side of the canyon. But they want to get to the higher one first because it makes it easier just to glide down to the lower one. So that's why they go across the river to the other side.
Across the way.
Indeed.
Back up to Jitan Sami.
One last Infinity SCW for our friend Orcrist. Will it be Shoka Tatone? Or Shekatha? I guess we'll find out. And this should be Lim's last shrine here. He's at 89 on the counter. 90 would be the end of the third segment. Fortunately, it's a nice, easy one for him.
Yeah.
Lim opting to win bomb, actually, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. I'm going to get
I think
into one last win bomb. Or
yeah,
one
if you,
second
if
last
you
win
hit
bomb.
it perfectly, it might save a second or two, I think. All right, so once Lim finishes this shrine, his team's feed will kind of pause for a little bit while they get Piston switched in to. They have to do a little bit of uploading and downloading save data to the cloud, and then we'll be on our way with Piston and the final 30 shrines of the run.
Yep, so GG's Lim.
GG's, buddy. It's good work.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Orcrist is angling for Shekatha. You can see the big foggy valley down below. That's where, in a casual playthrough, you might have to kind of work your way through that valley with all the scary Lizalfos and drop a Nadra or a Ferosh scale into the spring of whichever spring this is, the spring of courage. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Sure, we'll go with it. Spring of Courage.
Yes.
But we're just gonna do our ISCW shenanigans, and that was perfect. Perfect.
Yep.
It is Courage. I got it right. Thanks, Cobb.
Yay! GG's newborn.
Hey, I know this game a little bit.
You know this game a lot of it.
Last ISCW, that must mean that I missed in the second legs when Shoka Tatone. Name every spring.
Oh my gosh. It's the worst.
You have
Trevor's
Shoka Tatone.
Trevor's
Ha ha ha. So you do get one ISCW.
Well, welcome, Lim. Thanks for the raid. GG's on your split.
Yeah, GG Lim, you did a great job on your segment. And welcome to all of Lim's viewers who are joining the party over here.
Yeah.
One of the kind of annoying things of these elevator BLSSs is how sometimes the wind can blow the round bomb all over the place.
The wind is just the worst.
Yeah, there's very few situations in this game where we're like, yes, wind, all right.
Whoa, I love wind.
Same thing with rain, obviously. The weather RNG is not a whole lot of fun.
So the way this is going to work here is Piston's just going to wait until we have our next runner ready, and they'll kind of go at the same time. That's kind of why the time's a little bit displaced. Oh, you practiced that lamp? Yeah, we were wondering why you didn't just do the peg, but I guess, yeah, if you had practiced that makes sense.
Classic Breath of the Wild, indeed.
Mhm.
One of the cool little things here that you see Orcris doing that's differently than most test of strengths. There's, I think, 3 or 4 of these test of strengths that have water on the floor, so it's faster to just build a cryo block and wind bomb off the cryo block rather than kind of doing the usual setup where you put a bomb behind the wall and then leap off the ledge on the other side.
Trevor corrected me a little bit. He just has a 5-minute desync timer, so Piston's actually gonna go ahead and start right now.
Well, good luck, Piston, on this kind of crucial home stretch here. It looks like Orchrist will be heading to one final shrine, and then passing off to Trevor. Wonder where he's going from here. My money's on Shodantu.
Oh, don't.
Which is another shrine with kind of an annoying wind bomb that is finicky and stupid.
A lot of these weirdos are just.
Yeah, there's some rough shrines in this area, actually. If you go down to the desert, then you've got Dakota and Kano, both pretty close to each other, that are both pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, we could SCW into Shodantu to skip this little shrine raising cutscene, but the time save, not really worth it. Plus, that we then wouldn't be able to use Shodantu to SCW into the next shrine.
Yeah. SCW upon SCW upon SCW.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that Trevor gets to start his segment off on an SCW. Like, at least let him do a shrine normal to get his rhythm in place or something.
Nah.
Trevor likes storage. Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Fine then, Trevor. You like your storage. Alright. Go, 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 Piston.
All right, first try. Yeah, that wind bomb that Orcris just did, you kind of need the right amount of height to get up and over, and you're also ricocheting off the wall. So there's always an element of randomness that comes in with the ricochet. You see Piston here looking up at the sky to try to minimize loads taking place. And really
Weird.
unfortunate.
Huh. I would have thought. Huh.
I think it just happens sometimes, and I'm not sure anybody really knows why, but sometimes the rock shell just loads instantly.
Interesting.
GG's Orcris, by the way.
Yeah, GG's. Yeah, I wonder if that's safe file related. Piston's just gonna have to kind of ESC in here.
Fortunately, he literally made the tutorial about this clip. So, like, in theory.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it goes.
Skew was a little wonky the first time, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just some comments about our next runners. Piston has held the world record for this run for a long time. He is not the world record holder currently, but is former world record holder. He also has done a lot of stuff with our routing engine. We have our own unique routing engine for Breath of the Wild. We are very grateful for his contributions there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, Trevor here is one of our more up-and-coming runners. He started... I don't know when he started. I'm trying to think back.
That's a good
Obviously, my
question.
brain
I don't know either.
Yeah, May. Oh, May. Okay. And so, as he's kind of learned this game, he's become, I think he's third on the leaderboard for any percent. And that leaderboard is kind of seconds apart. So if you think about in the
Right.
grand scheme of things, pretty much anyone at any time could retake the world record there. And he learned this category just for fun. So he decided to learn all shrines, and here he is. He's a very fast runner, very good at this game. So,
But he very rudely has a cat picture up over the shrine counter on his stream, so we gotta deduct some points for that, I think. It's a cute cat, though.
It's such a cute cat, though. It's a very cute cat.
Luna, is that, am I remembering the cat's name right, Trevor? Oh no, Piston. Uno and Luna. Okay.
Cute.
Fair enough. Piston, in this Shota Sa shrine, the wind bomb is sort of another annoying shrine wind bomb because you have to, I mean, it's easy to go over the back, as you can see.
Time.
Right? And it's also easy to hit the ceiling too early and kind of fall short. There's not really another good viable strat unless you need to get ice arrows, which, fun fact, you can get ice arrows here. You can use the launcher to fly Link over to the ice arrow chest and then get into the cage pretty easily from there. But these guys don't need ice arrows. They've got like 1,000 of them or more.
Yeah. So Trevor's just waiting here for the 5-minute timer to expire, and then he'll start up his run.
Mm-hmm.
With an
While you
SCW,
were...
so.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of SEWs, while you were kind of giving Piston's intro, I also wanted to add that he is sort of for a long time been one of the resident SCW mad scientists who's put a ton of time and work into figuring out how they work and why they work and what kinds of activation methods work. And he's got some crazy tools that he uses to figure out when the elevators have unloaded and things like that. So he's done a lot to advance our knowledge of the kind of defining glitch of this category.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
We're
if you
very
ever need
appreciative.
something coded really fast, Piston's got you.
Will he do it for free, though?
Yeah, yeah.
What a guy.
What a guy.
So as was noted earlier, Trevor, it sounds like, is going to execute 4 SCWs, but none of them are the ISCW or buffered SCW variety. They're all going to be kind of standard SCWs that don't require any special buffering or activation methods. So in theory, that makes them much easier, but getting storage is still its own issue sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it'll be really interesting seeing kind of the differences in the routing choices here in this last leg, because Orcus has gotten all of the ISCWs, or almost all of it. I think he still had Shoka Totone to do, so he has one to do. Meanwhile, Piston kind of has to do all of them. So this may be a lot closer than you all think it is, because of the ISCW stuff that has to happen.
Yeah, for sure. And if it wasn't for that one ISCW where Orcus kind of got trolled a little bit by the amiibo shenanigans, it would be basically, I mean, just about synced up at this point. Not synced up in terms of where they're at in the route, but in terms of number of shrines completed.
Yeah. So.
Ooh, there's an electric keys lurking up on Trevor.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he just gets it off there. Those guys are not a whole lot of fun to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, Trevor. Ah.
He should be okay, but...
Yeah. He's got enough height, but waiting for those bombs to respawn. Also, do they have much stamina food? I don't remember.
They do not, I don't think. This is really unfortunate. He's going to have to
Maybe a
reload here, I think.
reload? Yeah.
Oh, they do.
Sorry. Discord being Discord. We're good.
I can't believe you, Cubs. Why would you try to sabotage us?
Badge. Thanks for fixing it, Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
GG's on bug fix %.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Trevor, back at it. Really unfortunate with that first SCW. I mean, I've got to think that kind of coming in a little bit cold has got to play into that. I mean, not being able to do a couple shrines to get your feet under you. But looks like he's in smooth sailing shape now.
And this shrine is one of the ones where you would normally have to what is going on? Okay. You normally have to do a time of day thing. So
True,
you
yeah.
shoot the air, anyway. So
It's interesting, Trevor choosing to activate in that way, because I believe in that SCW, you don't need the canceling text box. Any new item text box, or really any text box of any kind, is enough to activate that under most circumstances.
yeah.
I mean, it's certainly what he did worked.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh no! Oh no!
No.
Yeah, usually you try to reload your autosave at the beginning of the shrine, but because he had reloaded recently, the game hadn't given him a new autosave.
Oh gosh.
That is not...
So
Oh no. Oh yeah, down at the bottom, Sasakai. Why is it down there?
yeah, it must be time.
Oh, time shenanigans from time
Yeah.
zones playing into it? Yeah, because it won't overwrite an autosave that it thinks is in the future. Okay. Well, crisis averted there, I guess.
Yeah. Well, at least he knows for later. If he has to reload.
Meanwhile, Piston is making the big climb up to Jitan Sami.
Yeah. So part of the reason why that happened is because Orcus, because he's running Hundo, has to change his time a lot, because that's part of the Hundo route. And so it's just a little bit of a issue there. Anyway.
You got this, Trevor.
You got this, Trevor. Just one step at a time. Oh, wait, no, not Shodantu. You don't want to... You don't want to read... You gotta read to Sasakai, not Shodantu. Sasakai. Yeah, Tobias, so we... yeah, you explain it. You explain it, Newborn.
Oh, so... you can Wimmom over the cutscene trigger to activate the Guardian and then clip through the walls, or the pillar on the other side. You can't actually... I think you can get up over the actual physical wall with Moon Jump, but I don't think you can get up over there with a Wind Bomb. It's too tight of a fit, probably. But you'll see Trevor here Wind Bombing over the cutscene trigger, and then doing 2 quick shield clips to get through, and he is good to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got this, Trevor. Take a
He's
deep
gotten his mistakes out of the way. He'll be
Yeah.
clean for the rest of the run.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Piston completing the Jitansami Shrine will begin what is surely going to be a nice long sequence of ISCWs and warping on back to Jitansami to rinse and repeat.
Mm-hmm. You want to re-explain a little bit of ISCWs for all the people who have just kind of come in from ZSR2?
Oh goodness, I will. I will try. I'm not the world's foremost expert. So the really quick explanation is that ISCW is a variation of the SCW or Shrine Coordinate Warp Trick, in which we use the cutscene activation from one shrine elevator to activate the cutscene or to enter a shrine which is still underground, thereby bypassing whatever quest is required. And okay. Sorry, I'm watching Trevor. It was kind of unfortunate. He was really close to getting that and just had a little bit of a didn't quite get high enough. But using the cutscene from one shrine to activate an underground shrine that would be kind of long and arduous to activate. There we go, Trevor. Nice. And then so the ISCW variant is that usually most shrines have an unload radius to their elevator. To where you kind of can't take the elevator cutscene too far in terms of game distance or it'll unload. But we discovered a little bit less than a year ago, somewhere in that range, that there are like 7 or 8 shrines that the elevators for some reason never actually unload. And so you can take the storage long distances, and that allows us to SCW into shrines that weren't possible before, like Eventide and a number of the other ones, like Kaya, or actually, I guess we're buffered SCWing into Kaya, but other shrines that were previously kind of you had to just do the quest. And so we'll see Piston doing that here at Eventide, using an instant text box to activate the elevator cutscene all the way back from Jitansami to skip the entirety of the Eventide Island quest and get into that shrine without doing it.
Mm-hmm. And so you'll see him kind of make the chew jelly one kind of chew, and then shooting another arrow in order to get this instant test. But GG's to Piston. Only had a little bit of trouble kind of getting elevator storage, and then, but making the ISCW. So that's the most important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that self-canceling text box is really important because if my understanding is correct, when the text box begins, the game remembers, oh crap, I need to check and make sure that it basically checks to unload the elevator. And so you need to get out of that text box before the game catches up enough to unload the elevator. So it's a very tight window of time. So the self-canceling text box doesn't guarantee that it works, but it's our best strat so far, and it's pretty consistent.
Yeah. So buffered SCWs are just, yeah, it's still faster because there are only a few shrines that have the infinite unload radius, and so sometimes it's just easier to get to go from shrines where you just have to buffer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like the Lakna Roki example, which is the second shrine in Kakariko. With a first try buffered SCW, that split is less than 2 minutes ideally. Whereas if you are having to warp to Infinity SCW shrine, get storage, and then BLSS all the way there and activate the text box, it all of a sudden becomes probably a 3 or 4 minute at least split. So you lose quite a bit of time. But it's obviously more consistent. It's just slower.
Yeah.
So for world record attempts, most runners are going to be doing still a couple of buffered SCWs. I think most of them do 2 or 3, depending on their preferences.
Mm-hmm. So, and if you're wondering, okay, is this world record route that these runners are running? It's actually, the answer is no, because they kind of modified the world record route to kind of give runners what their strengths were. So, Orcrist has done most of the ISCWs already, while Piston is doing all of his ISCWs now. So this is not really like world record route. but it's a modified version. A lot of the your team is doing modified. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, they did kind of divide up the route according to strengths, but Pistons team is doing a totally different route. So that certainly is accurate. I think it's the route maybe that Xiao uses ordinarily, or it was at least his IST setup, I think.
Oh, okay.
But there's a lot of different ways that you can route this category with so many objectives and so many different kind of options based on preference. That there's almost an infinite number of routing possibilities. Not all of them are super viable, but even if it's just kind of rearranging branches a little bit or connecting different branches together and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you'll just see there's similar branches across all of these. Like Orcus was saying earlier, the removal of worrying about food has just opened up the routing possibilities, because you no longer have to worry about, okay, so where am I going to have to get food next? How am I going to get speed food? Kind of thing. So
absolutely,
it's busted open the routing here.
Yep. Trevor, meanwhile, I just want to give shout outs. He just did a couple shrines in sequence that are really difficult shrines that he handled very, very well. Specifically, after the SCW, which was a little bit of a debacle there, he went on to Dako Ta and second tried that one, which is a pretty good result, honestly, and then did a great K-No, which requires a very precise wind bomb to get up and over most of the way to the end. So, and then had to come and do the Korgu, or not Korguchide, the whatever this shrine is called that he just did. These 7 heroines statues.
Korsh Ohu.
Thank you. Yeah, which that's not really difficult necessarily, but it does kind of require remembering the sequence of where the orbs go, which orbs go in which slots and stuff like that.
I hate that. Yeah, a piston just barely squeezing over.
Trevor here going to get to clip into Mise Suma. Very nice job.
If you all know how to do kind of the Magnesis shrine clip, this shrine clip is very similar.
Some runners prefer to ESC through the front door, but I think those runners are kind of crazy.
Yeah. So it's very similar there to the Magnesis. So.
Yeah, and if you, it's really nice to be able to clip through the wall there, because otherwise, it's this super long shrine quest where you have to go to the ice house and all this kind of stuff, and deliver the ice, and it's very, very annoying because the lady is slumped over the pedestal to activate the elevator, or to activate the shrine door. So you gotta kind of clip through, or else do a really long, annoying shrine quest that we don't have time to do.
Yep. So we've got Shy Yoda coming up here from Piston, another ISCW. Okay. So he's going to use Amiibo again. There is a no Amiibo version of this, which would be using all Chew Jelly. But we've kind of found that it gives you more options if you're using more than just Chew Jelly. So a little bit better.
Yeah, if you're just using Chew Jelly, I think you're kind of capped at the number of new text boxes you can get based on the different elemental types of the jelly. So having the Amiibo fish strat is very, very useful. I think that credit for that, if I'm not mistaken, goes to Xiao, who presented that as a viable option and kind of demonstrated its usability in a run setting. So it's really cool to have so many of the runners, who have contributed so much to our understanding of the game and of the SCW trick participating in this relay.
Yeah, definitely.
Orcris, who ran the previous leg, has done a lot of work into creating tutorials to help runners access and learn the SCWs of different types and things like that. So it's very cool that they've all agreed to participate in this.
Yeah. Oh my word, the Amiibo chest was the worst thing ever. Watching runners get the chests into place. Dumb. I'm so
Yeah.
glad that it's not the way that it has to be done anymore.
Yeah, I have memories of like just after I started watching and learning speedrun for this game of that was just after the SCW had been developed, and I remember watching Teikage do all
Yeah.
shrines, grinding all shrines runs, and getting to Kakariko to do the Lochnaroki and having to set up the chests and run against the sides of
Word.
the chests, and oh man, it was so so
So
arduous.
bad. Yeah.
Trevor here gets to do another big ascent to the top of the mountain. This is a shrine that I think the other team has already done, where they have to get and activate the big snowball on top of the hill within, it's like an hour and a half window, I think.
From about, is it 4:30 or something?
It's like 4 to 5:30 or 3:55 to 5:30 or something like that.
Yeah. Something like that.
So I can't. It's hard to see 14:45. So it's 2:40. He's got plenty of time. He's on
Yeah, you
no.
got plenty. Oh, except he just said
Mm,
Monka.
potential spoilers in
Potential.
chat. What's going on here? It looks like he's in good shape.
I don't really know.
I don't know what
why
he's
he
what
would
he's
be
mad about.
saying. Yeah.
Oh, he is pretty early.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got almost a minute where he's got to wait.
Yeah. It's
And which
like,
is, it's one of those things where, whenever you have to kind of hit a time of day window, the question is how much wiggle room do you build in?
mhm.
Do you intentionally set time of day earlier than you think you need just in case of failures, or do you kind of play it fast and try to hit it right on there? But I think in a race setting, it's absolutely right that he made the right call, probably.
Yeah. I think Trevor's trying to get us, is he?
Yeah, thanks, Trevor. So here's an interesting routing choice. It looks like Piston's team has chosen to do, instead of the buffered SCW that we saw Orcris do earlier for Kaya, they're ISCWing it. Which again, slightly slower, or I don't know how much slower, but definitely slower, but in theory more consistent as long as you can get one of these text boxes to activate.
Yeah, looks like he's struggling a little bit.
You're making me nervous. There we go.
Very nice. Nice.
Trevor's finished the waiting game and is heading off to Suma-sama.
Sama.
And then the next wind bomb after this, assuming he's going down to Ishto-so, is super fun because it's much lower, so you can just like do a super delayed turn that basically sends you downward super fast and fall forever. It's very satisfying.
Those ones are just fun because you just kind of like, just looks really cool to have Link just like ragdolling down basically.
Yep. So 80, or no, not 89 shrines. That's the number of orbs. Piston's team at 102 shrines, and Trevor's team should be at 97, I think. Yeah, 97.
That's
So
about
a
right.
bit of a lead here for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll see if Trevor's amazing boss rush skills will be enough to compensate.
Yeah. I mean, we still do have a good number of ISCWs, so.
Yes, for sure.
Nice. Welcome, Trevor. Got one of those horizontal fast mid-airs.
Yeah, those ones are really fun when they work.
Mm-hmm.
Timing is
Keys
completely
when they
different.
work, but yeah.
Right. The timing is so different on those from a regular wind bomb that they can be hard to get the hang of.
I apologize for my sneezing. My allergies have started to kick back up with spring actually starting.
Springtime, no.
Well, thank you. We try.
Where are you headed now, Piston?
Let's see. Is it three brothers?
Could be. Tawajin or
Tawajin,
Shakatha or one of those. Looks like Tawajin, yeah.
Tawajin.
You can see the big, like, rib-like pillar things curving up. You know, you're in the Tawajin area.
Mm-hmm.
A fun little bit of trivia is that you can actually use the little sign that's next to the shrine pedestal to activate the text box here, but it's not as fast of a text box, and so you're more likely to get RNG'd on that than with the fish amiibo activation.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were doing no amiibo, that would be a potentially viable strat.
Mm-hmm. So Trevor's here in preparation for his one ISCW that he's gonna do. So he's gonna warp up to Jutan Sami and go to Shoka Taton, I believe. And if you don't remember what Shoka Taton is, it's the one where you have to kind of collect all of the Guardian pictures and show it to the lady. Not only does the lady talk very slowly, so we want to kind of avoid that, but also we don't get camera in this run. So even more reason to not do the actual pictures in Shoka Taton.
Mm-hmm. Also, shoutouts to Looney for being the most appropriately named Breath of the Wild NPC. Because she is an absolute weirdo who's in love with her Sheikah orb.
Sheikah orb, and then with Guardians is very odd.
Oh, true, yeah. I guess it's the Guardians. They're really her true love.
Yes. She loves both of them, but, we don't question.
Quite the rebound, right? To go from Guardian orb love affair to Urge for Shrine orb love affair to Guardians.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a kitty in my lap. It's very cute.
The shrine that Piston is in is one of those shrines where speed food makes all the difference, I feel like, because you have to run. Even with the wind bomb, you have to run so far.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the little, like, micro optimizations that you'll see is that when you have a triple level speed elixir or speed buff, it's actually faster to run than it is to glide. Usually without speed up, gliding is slightly faster than running speed. So there, rather than gliding off the ledge, Piston just dropped straight off and ran and saved himself, I don't know, a handful of frames probably.
Those frames, make all the difference.
Right, especially in a 4.5, 5 hour run, right?
Oh, yeah. No praise for Trevor here as he does his ISCW.
He's looking for a fish that he hasn't picked up yet.
Yep.
The telltale 3 question marks.
What?
Scary.
Okay,
I think I saw one more with the question marks. This is probably his last chance.
Ice arrow. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
That he needs ice arrows.
Orcrist, Lim, and others pointing out in chat that it's got to be, for whatever reason, I couldn't explain why, but the ice arrows are what's needed. He must have just forgotten.
Yeah. Piston here also struggle a little bit to get storage. So you will also be doing the same thing as Trevor. You get storage and then BLSSing over.
Oh, thanks, Lim, for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it's the speed of the transformation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the arrow thing is how you create an instant text box to force the game to kind of check that you're in the shrine. Wait. Explain it. Sorry, newborn. I'm brain.
Oh, the arrow thing?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was spacing off there for a second.
Yeah.
So the reason why they're using ice arrows to freeze the fish is they need basically an instantly canceling text box. Because when the text box begins, the game remembers to check the unload elevator function. And so they have to basically force out of the text box before it hits that unload cycle. So the faster the better. And a fish that is transforming from its normal state to its frozen state. If you pick it up at the right, I don't know if it's a frame perfect window or if it's just very tight, but it'll self-cancel quickly enough to usually allow the activation to work properly.
And it's still a little bit of RNG there.
Mm-hmm. We've got a lot of
Yep.
smarter runners than me in chat, so if anybody, if I
Yeah.
misexplained any of that, please feel free to correct.
Also, my words aren't working today, so that's fun.
Pardon me. All right, attempt number 2 for Trevor. He's on his proper arrows.
Yep. We have Piston also doing a similar thing, so let's see. Nice.
There we go,
Good
Trevor.
job. GG's, Trevor.
And Piston as well. Kind of a nice little side-by-side comparison there, actually.
I was wondering why you're using firearms, but you got it eventually, Trevor. That's what counts.
I'm sure this has been covered earlier in the broadcast, but I'm assuming there's folks here who probably missed the early parts. For these test of strength shrines, there's kind of 2 major ways that you can skip them. The one that we see both Trevor and Piston, and I think most of our runners used this, was the square first wind bomb. That kind of is a little bit scary because it takes you right over the pit, and if you get the timing wrong, you can end up landing in the pit. But you'll see sometimes other runners do a round first wind bomb that involves a little turn that sends you away from the pit. It's a little bit slower because you have to then run to the end of the shrine. With speed food, the difference is pretty negligible, but there's a variety of kind of choices that runners can make there based on their comfort levels.
Yep, and with the circle first, you also have a bit of a ragdoll that happens, where with the square first, you just kind of glide over. So it is, the square first is definitely more fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I still do circle first because I don't feel like learning the square first.
Yeah, the timing on the square first is definitely, I think, a little bit more finicky.
It's the worst when the mid-airs don't work.
Trevor's trying to get up and over the mountains here because there's another shrine he wants to get to. And the mountains are inconveniently placed right in the way.
Yep. How dare you be there, mountains? I'm trying to get, the worst. Yeah. Man, I just, every time this happens, every time I watch one of these all shrines or any run that doesn't get bombs plus, I just think about how slow the bombs are.
It feels like it takes forever too when you're gliding and just waiting for the bomb to respawn. Bombs plus is definitely a nice bonus of the very few categories that get it hundo and all quests, and those might be the only ones actually.
Yep. Probably EX as well, but
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But yeah, Piston's struggling a little bit to get storage here. He's popped into the shrine a couple times. But I'm sure he'll get it soon enough. Okay. There he goes. I'm gonna do yet another ISCW. So he's done a couple like in a row at this point.
Yeah, when you especially that Shakatha SCW, when you get into the shrine, the door is closed, so you couldn't leave that place if you wanted to. I guess you'd have to figure out a clip out, but there's nothing that would make it worth it.
Dang it, Cubs. Yet again.
It's an amateur hour in here.
Yeah. Pomagnitai, I think, is one of those really fun shrines where you didn't... Yeah. Wait, no, I'm thinking of Shakatha. Never mind, don't listen to me. I just think that Shakatha is really cool because of the dragon's maw thing.
Oh yeah,
Like you
that
don't
was a
realize
really
that until
fun
you
one.
yeah.
When you get the map and then you see that kind of
Yeah.
the dragon kind of opening its jaws. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So you see
Yes,
Piston
yes, we
here.
are Lavandalora.
Yeah,
We're
we are.
here. Sorry, go ahead, Lit.
No, T Piston here doing his own Shoka to Tone ISCW. So
These fish are sliding around on him here. I wonder if that's...
really be sliding. Nice.
There we go. There's kind of an interesting, I think, for runners who do this fish amiibo activation, you know, they have to kind of make careful choices about which fish they use, because some of the fish are very common amiibo drops. Like, you'll pretty much always see high roll bass in an amiibo fish drop. But then there's others that are less common, and so I think the strategy is to use the less common ones first, so that way you don't back yourself into a corner where you get an amiibo fish drop that doesn't have any fish that you haven't used yet.
Oh wow, Orca's so kind.
Truly a homie.
Yeah. This is something Orcus was talking about, and some things that they just have to keep in mind when they're changing runners is like, okay, again, you gotta note down which fish are used. That's kind of part of your route. Having to remember that kind of thing. So yeah, Naga is another one of those that is kind of a more casual shrine. Just gonna kind of jump on top of this block here and boost all the way up.
Yeah, I might be revealing my own lack of skill at the game, but I find that strat that Trevor used to be deceptively difficult in terms of getting the
Really
timing right.
interesting.
Yeah, I can't do it. So I do the even more casual way of like putting a bomb in the launcher and
Yeah.
sending it up and blowing up the rocks, and I don't know,
I mean, you
I'll
can
lose
use
that 10 seconds every time.
a bomb arrow to just bomb it at first.
You can, yeah. You can like shoot a bomb arrow up really high and then do a max height wind bomb off the peg, even if you want to.
Oh, I just mean like you don't even have to send a bomb up at first. You could just bomb arrow right out of the gate.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some categories you have the bomb arrows to do that. Like Hundo, you always have bomb
Yeah,
arrows because you get like
yeah.
4,000 of them at the beginning of the run. But I'm trying to think of what category I was doing recently where I couldn't do that. Oh, it was the MSR Bug Limit Hero Challenge. I routed that shrine in and I didn't have any bomb arrows, so we just did it the slow way.
The slow way.
Trevor is back here at Katakar, everyone's favorite SCW shrine. This is one of the ones, even before ISCW, we knew that this shrine had a very long unload radius. Katakar and then all of the DLC shrines have a 1.5 kilometer unload radius, and we knew that relatively early on, so we were able to use Katakar to skip the Blood Moon Shrine, most notably, but even other shrines like Jolu Na, which has a really long entry quest and cutscene and stuff. So the Blood Moon skip has been a part of this category for quite some time.
Yeah, I remember when Bings first posted that, like, the first initial trial, like the evidence that it worked, SCW worked for the Blood Moon skip on Twitter, and it was like crazy popped up, like, what?
It's a very hype moment.
Very, very hype moment. Okay, so it looks like Trevor is doing Toyasa now, where Orcus kind of cleared the text box for him earlier. He's gonna go in and actually SCW it now.
Yeah, this one is interesting because if what I've seen on Discord is accurate, or if I've understood it accurately, sometimes this one just auto activates for reasons that nobody really seems to understand. And sometimes it doesn't. So it looks like he's going to have to use ISCW activation for this one. Getting his position set correctly.
Nice.
But yeah, the interior of Jolona is pretty long. The question in chat was what shrine is the longest, and it was not clear to me whether that meant like the inside of the shrine or like the entire split. But Juluna is a pretty annoyingly long shrine that you can't just wind bomb to the end. The other one that popped into my mind was Kano. If you don't get the best wind bomb, then you have to run and get that stupid key out of the chest, and that takes a long time too.
Mhm.
Trying to think if there's other ones that are super long like that, and with speedrun strats, there's not many that take more than 15 or 30 seconds for the interior of the shrine.
What's the one where you have to like bomb all the boxes down? Is that am
The
I
one
dumb?
where you have to bomb all the
I'm dumb.
boxes down.
Don't listen to me because I just haven't learned the wind bomb for that one. That's mostly a me problem.
No worries, no worries.
Weird. Why did that not?
What's going on?
What's Piston?
I didn't see what happened. Why didn't that work the first time?
I have no idea. Like, cause he bombed it.
Huh.
Pre-bombed it ahead of time, so I feel like it should have worked, but it's just being
It's
real
very
weird.
funky.
Game just... Oh, if you jump at the wrong time, I see. Excuse me. Oh.
Very nice. Dune Batog wind bomb for Trevor. That one can be a little bit irritating.
Yep.
The monk cage is in kind of a weird spot. It's off angle. And so it's pretty easy to dead angle on that one or to not get quite high enough.
Mm-hmm.
Orcris is a dubious food enjoyer, apparently. I'm more for rock hard food myself.
Yeah. It seems like Piston's gonna do his own ISCW from Kutakar. Piston's just been in ISCW mode for just a long time.
Yeah, he really got stuck with... They're like, here, you have all of the ISCWs. Have fun.
Have fun. But if you notice, we are only 11 shrines away from completion, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get a pretty nice time here. Be somewhere in, I guess, probably the more like 440 range-ish?
Yeah, it should be, I mean, for sure, sub 5 hours.
Yeah.
I remember when sub 5 was like, man, maybe we could get sub 5 someday.
Maybe. Yeah.
I think Bing's had a world record that was right at
yeah.
5 hours, and
501
then
or something.
right, and then Johnny just popped off and pushed it down to something like 447 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fire arrows, Trevor. It's crazy to me how the flame weapons take forever to thaw ice blocks, but the fire arrows are like, boom, done.
OP. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
443, thanks, Orcrist.
Mm-hmm.
My memory was failing me.
Orcrist with the lore.
We can appoint Orcrist the Breath of the Wild lore master.
Interesting, Trevor choosing to do the non-ice block variation, which is fine. But you can raise an ice block here and just do an easy wind bomb. You don't have to do any weird timings. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Piston getting the immediate Toyasa activation there. So let's save a little bit of time.
Oh, nice.
Trevor. Yeah.
I was watching Trevor do his clip and I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
The Toyasa wind bomb can be also kind of super annoying because I've got this thing where if you don't like tinily adjust the angle that he's facing, you'll bounce off of the like pillar thing above the monk, and half the time it'll pop you right out of the monk cage, and then you got to run back and try again.
Frustrating. It's like it should
Feels
just
very
be
bad.
this like super easy North Wind Bomb. No,
Nope.
it is not.
So this sequence that Trevor's doing is a sequence that I'm used to kind of seeing near the end of the run. And I guess Orcris noted earlier that they were doing the world record route, so that makes sense. But they're going to kind of complete their last sweep through Hebra. They're going to complete... Trevor's now heading to Lano Ku, which is on the, in the middle of the icy river under the cave. And then a couple of other shrines in the Hebra area. And then we'll have one final branch to take them right up to Hyrule Castle.
Nice.
Oh no! Oh no! Stall is
Zalfa.
Alphos. Okay. Yeah, just
I
enough.
remember those being like a huge issue during when their food was actually an issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you don't
This-
have unlimited fairies, those guys are a lot scarier.
Yeah. Korix, that's a hilarious emote. Oh my word. Lizzed. That's funny.
I also will just point out that if you're not careful with your stamina there and you jump into the icy river and you don't have enough stamina to make it to the other side, and you void out, you definitely spawn all the way back up at the shrine that you left. So, not that I know that from experience in any way.
Oh no. No, you don't know
It's
that.
it's a very unfortunate mistake to make. So I was glad to see that he made it through.
Yeah.
Also, those logs that are right there outside of the shrine that Trevor just left. In the days when we only could do campfire storage methods for the SCWs, those logs came in super clutch for wood, because you need a lot of wood to make it through the run and do the SCWs. 4 or 8 wood for every SCW was. It ends up being a lot of wood. It all adds up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, gravy.
I love Trevor's chat spoilers.
Oh yeah. It really does not want to scan. That's impressive. You need to
Amiibo
get a
are
new card
awesome.
there, Trevor. Hey, yeah, if you miss this is really fun. You just bonk down the door. Gotta get enough force to.
You gotta
do the
really
thing.
whip that thing, Trevor. Gotta snap those wrists, buddy. Alright, I'm guessing this is Blood Moon from Piston. Because he's done Toyasa. Oh no, of course not.
I was gonna say
Have they already
it
done
looks
Blood
like
Moon?
the ending. Kind of feel like they did.
Oh, that's right. Lim started from the end of
Yeah.
the Blood Moon Shrine. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
He's going to Jolu Na.
Yeah.
I think this is the beginning of the very last branch. This is the
That would make sense.
final SCW, if I'm not mistaken, and
Nice.
we'll see no more warps.
Yeah. So these SCWs have gone pretty well in terms of at least like there hasn't been any failed activation after getting to the shrines for Piston. So that's good. He of course didn't get storage immediately for all of them, but he never like didn't get the activation after the BLSS, so it's nice.
The shrine that Piston's doing right now is the one that people were saying, oh, this is the longest shrine interior, which I think is probably true.
Yeah. Oh, nice strat there. Getting the ragdoll over and then getting you farther.
Oh, that was funny. It was funny how the game stopped him midair when the little door opening cutscene went. That's pretty good.
Yeah, nice. That bounce there, though, from Trevor.
That worked out surprisingly well.
Yeah. Yeah, so Trevor's going over to Renoya.
Yeah, in a casual setting, Trial of Power is one of the longer ones, or the Shora Ha, the one on the Crab Island up in Eldon, where you have to like escort the blue flame with the torch, and it takes
I hate that
8,000 years.
So dumb.
Takes a long time.
They even hit that one bomb. It's just sometimes
Oh
I feel
yeah,
like Ricochet is just completely RNG, but
it's definitely one that I've had to do more than once on a lot of occasions.
yeah.
The Ricochet strat is better than whatever the strat we used to have though was. I don't even remember what it was, but it was really bad.
Yeah.
I think the Ricochet is a salty lemon strat. Haven't seen salty around in a while. Hope they're doing well.
Yeah. Why did Trevor get peppers? Is that intentional?
No idea. Don't want to run out of food, right? Or fairies.
Oh yeah,
Just
don't want to. Yeah,
super
it might be a
safety.
problem.
Hopefully he doesn't forget that his speed food ran out. I guess he's listening, so Trevor, don't forget that your speed food ran out. I'm sure he's got it under control.
Yeah.
All of these shrines that Piston is doing on his kind of march to Hyrule Castle are all very fast. I think most of them are 2-minute or less splits, so it's a pretty speedy finish to the run here.
Yeah, so he's gonna do Dark Castle next under this bridge. Sag not doing the cool strat for Monotoma.
I know. One of the only super fast bug limit strats.
Yeah.
But definitely the coolest.
Absolutely. Man, sleepy.
Piston didn't quite get it there, but I think it's really cool when his wind bomb in the Test of Strength shrine takes him right into the jump up against the wall to set his angle for skew.
Yeah, that is very nice. It's very much when you can see someone's done this a lot. Got that timing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of experience right there.
Yep. Great Flame Blade does not have the longest durability, but it's pretty high. One of the biggest durability is actually surprisingly Mifa's weapon. Just call it, what is that called again?
The light scale trident.
Yeah, Light Scale Trident has a huge durability. We used to dupe that onto a bunch of Royal Claymores. Or not Royal Claymores, but
Oh, in the old Hundo route?
yeah, an old Hundo.
Is it Royal Guards Claymores? I think the
Yeah, Royal
72
Guard
damage,
Claymore,
the
yeah.
black ones.
Yep. Yeah, and then Spring Loaded Hammer's got a ton of durability. I think Spring
Oh, yeah.
Loaded. No, it's the Goron Big Sword. Is the one with the highest durability.
Are you talking about the amiibo, the
Yes.
big Goron sword, which is an
Yes.
amiibo only? I want to say that Daruk's Boulder Breaker has the Boulder Breaker has pretty high durability too.
Yeah. Yep. So those are kind of like the highest durability weapons. Is that's that trident, the Master Sword, the hammer, and then the big Goron sword, which is amiibo only.
Other much more common high durability. I mean, a lot of the two-handed weapons are pretty high durability, like your iron sledgehammer and your the various axes. Both have pretty good durability as well. I think the regular woodcutter's axe has like 47.
That. No,
Yep.
I don't think so. I don't think the Master Sword is highest after Trial of the Sword.
The way the Master Sword's durability is calculated is weird, and I don't fully understand it. But I know that when you apply the durability from the Master Sword onto other weapons, it doesn't work in the same way.
Oh, I think it is, but okay. Listen to Lynn with that, but yeah, I think there's a reason why Swiffy chooses Big Goron for Gold Rush. That's why I was going off my information, because of Gold Rush. Anyway, we've got Rip, the best wind bomb in the game, Bill.
I know. I was just thinking that same thing there. In
Yeah.
the olden days, we used to do a pretty cool backflip wind bomb that
Yeah.
you had to get just right to get through the hole there, and it was very, very hype.
Yeah. Its name is Bill. It's the only one that's named is Bill.
Piston right now is doing the Trial of Power Shrine, which again casually is super, super long. Has lots of cool gear in it. I think he can
Yeah.
get an Edge of Duality and
100 rupees.
yeah, a diamond. There's a diamond in there
Yeah.
somewhere. We used to get the diamond in some categories for money. But it's pretty fast just to wind bomb all the way to the end.
Yep.
Piston Steam up to 116 shrines, so very, very close to the end here. We'll get a very exciting boss rush out of it as well. It's a little bit of the intensity of the boss rush is lost when you literally can't die. It's not quite as not quite as exciting as the any percent, but Piston does a cool BTB here.
Spicy.
Spicy indeed. I think is this the only BTB left?
In all shrines? I think so.
And I'm not sure that anyone other than Piston does it. Maybe so. I want to say maybe Orcrist still. I know that at some point runners would go to Moglatan in between Kamyatak and Shimdagos, but those days might be gone.
Rebecca saying that Trevor's on the last branch, which is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So we got another SCW coming up here. So probably his own Julina.
Yeah, I think the last branch is going to be the same in both routes.
Okay. Oh.
Fun fact about the little Shimdagos puzzle where you have to shoot the arrow between, or make the arrow go through two rings. It, for whatever reason, will not work with a multi-shot bow. You have to use a single-shot bow. Even if you shoot a multi-shot bow and an arrow goes through both rings, it will not work for some reason.
Yep. Pretty annoying to have to remember. Don't need that single shot bow.
And with that, all of our SCWs are finished.
GG's all. That was a pretty clean SCW stint.
Yeah. You're gonna expect a few hiccups here and there with storage and activation, but
Yeah,
overall, very, very clean.
Yep. There's no BTBs left in any percent Cubs. I'm sorry to tell you.
I mean, in theory, you could, but
Yes,
nobody really does them anymore.
No one does them.
Yeah, the days of the what 2 or 3 frame window for hitting Castle BTB are over.
Long gone.
There might be still a few runners out there who do the BTB to Cryonis.
Not many anymore.
Not many. And those who are doing it are usually the the crazy ones grinding for plat records and doing things like setupless BTBs. Oh no.
Oh,
I've had that happen, Trevor.
Annoying.
Yeah, you've got to be careful not to hit that the flame torch thing in the middle.
Oh, now he's got like. Ooh.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Amazing. Right now he's just amazing.
Totally intended. Totally intended.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody land up there before. Beautiful. Piston has 2 shrines left, and both of them are Test of Strength shrines, I believe. Should be going to Noya Neha, and then from there to Katachuki. And at that point, he'll be right next to the castle to initiate the boss rush. I don't know if there's any weapon gathering that he needs to do.
Does he have to do Saskosa? Or have they already done Saskosa?
I think they've done Saskosa. I think they do that pretty early on as they're headed towards Korok Forest.
Okay. That makes sense.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that all shrines gathers ancient arrows and stuff now.
Uh-huh. Oh yes, Piston, go get your mail.
Gotta be the sneakiest trick ever. Brilliant. That's true. With the number of elemental arrows that Piston's team has, it might not be worth the detour to grab about 3 or 6 ancient arrows.
What do
They've
they
got
have
a-
in terms of bows? Just the Forest Dweller's bow?
I don't know, actually. I don't know if... I'm going to presume they'll have to go grab the Royal Guard's bow from Zelda's room, because that's needed for Windblight Skip, unless they have some sort of modified setup.
Right.
He will pick up the RGB. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
And then they will
They
still
already
have
have the
Forest
Royal
Dweller's
Claymore.
bow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have... Are they going to get a boomerang at some point?
They had opportunities, I'm sure, to grab one. There wouldn't be a very easy way to grab one now, so I'm sure that they will have routed that in, probably on their trip through Castle.
Okay. Yeah, I was getting crabby. No, that was before I woke up. So, sorry, I just wasn't awake during that period.
Nice
Right,
rebound there, Piston. Totally intended.
Yeah, very intended.
What is it? It's like if you put the glider away on the frame, you're landing on a sloped surface, it'll pop you up into the air. Something like that.
Yep. All right, last shrine. Just a minor test of strength here. And we're going to the boss rush.
Easy, no problem.
Easy clap.
Even though we were talking up Trevor's boss rush earlier as an any percent enthusiast, Piston is no slouch. He's got good times in any percent as well, and he's one of those who's run just about every category this game has to offer, I think. So he's very, very familiar with fast blight strats. How up to speed on them, or how well practiced on them he is, who knows. I know that he's taken a little bit of a break recently. But he will be just fine.
Yes. Especially because he literally cannot die. So.
Also true.
Yeah, he's died 590 times. Yes. And get this Peepo talk from the monk. And then he'll be on the way.
Yeah, this is that last shrine monk cutscene is a lot longer, isn't it? I always forget about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This wind bomb path that Trevor is on can be a little bit tricky. It requires a couple of mid-airs and with the time it takes the bombs to respawn, but very nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I hate
Piston.
that when, when the bombs do that accidentally.
Right? There's so much, I mean, the bombs are so unpredictable, like where are they going to wind up, that you never know if you're going to blow yourself up.
Yep. So just getting ready, or just menuing for the boss rush. Want to pick up specific things just so that they're in the right order. Don't want to be menuing over our traveler's bow or for anything else.
Mm-hmm. Is it faster to burn in lava or freeze in water? I don't know. My guess is they're about the same. Or yeah, I guess it's true that lava doesn't burn. It doesn't burn you. I was thinking about if you were on fire and taking fire damage in Elden or something. But not sure. Piston playing a little cat and mouse game with this moblin, stealing his Edge of Duality and using Magnesis to grab this Royal Guard's bow is super crucial. He's gonna do a strat here in a minute called Windblight Skip, which allows us to one-shot Windblight by damaging him during the cutscene. And the setup that we have requires the Royal Guard's bow because it has a super fast fire rate, and the setup is tailored to that fire rate. So if you tried it with a different bow, it would not work.
So that's why we can't just use any bow.
Right. And he's taking his time to make sure you've got to aim at a very precise spot and then walk into the cutscene immediately, remembering to equip his armor, his attack up armor, to make the boss rush even speedier. And yeah, as Crazy's pointing out, no speed food.
Yep, you don't want any speed food because you don't want to rush.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Ah, unfortunate.
Looks like rather than reloading, he's just going to fight Windblight.
They do have a lot of arrows, but I think what they're going to be more constrained by is bow durability than anything.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay, I don't think it should be a problem, but...
There is a royal bow that can be picked up if need be in Sanctum, but it's not in a very convenient position. Oh, come on.
That's a troll right there.
It is. Windblight does that sometimes. Yeah, I've got to think at this point he would have been better off reloading. But he's into it now, so...
Yep.
Probably helps to know he and his team have a pretty substantial cushion at this point.
Yeah. Gonna use all of that stamina.
Yeah. If I'm kind of peeking over at Trevor's screen to keep track, and this is one of the advantages of the Piston BTB. Because Trevor he BLSS from the top of the mountain, which is super easy. But now he's having to...
Is that gonna work? Okay, wow.
He did.
I'm surprised.
He didn't have enough height to BLSS there, so he's got to do a wind bomb, and the wind bomb wasn't being very cooperative. But he's there now. Wisely remembering to get off of the Traveler, or off of the Forest Dweller's bow.
Alright, so now Piston's on to the normal thing. Just water blade.
Yeah, we'll see how his bow durability holds up. It's kind of an unfortunate sequence of events. Yeah, Forest Dweller's bow is already badly damaged. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. Well, Rebecca did say they don't really use Forest Dweller's bow in the fight, so it may not be a big deal. I'm not really sure how.
Does he have another bow besides the Royal Guards? Any percent strats?
So. Yeah. So.
For Kalam. Okay. Huh. I mean, as an any percent. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Now I'm trying to remember any percent.
Well, because any percent uses the bomb arrows with the RGB.
Right.
So.
That's true, and they don't need any other bow besides that one, so.
No.
Fair enough.
Yep. So it should be fun, theoretically.
Any percent strats, though, require the Royal Guards Claymore? Do we have a Royal Guards Claymore? Or is there some substitute?
Don't believe so. It works with the EOD.
Works with the edge of duality.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Trevor got that super. I find that
Nice.
super really difficult for some reason. It's a little
Mm.
off angle, but
Yeah.
oh,
But still,
oh dear,
nice.
gets the job done.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Trevor is super, super close to finishing as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is his last non-test of strength shrine.
Uh-huh.
Trevor's cat running the game so he can type in chat. Probably true.
Oh, yeah.
It's a talented cat right there.
Quite a talented cat.
Piston going to use the boomerang to break Thunderblight's shield. I believe that is the only reason we need to pick up a boomerang. In theory, you can use Magnesis to electrocute him to break his shield, but if there's a convenient boomerang, that's the better option. I think Trevor has two cats, so maybe one of them is typing in chat and the other is
The other one's
running the game. And he's off eating pancakes.
Yes.
Piston beginning his Calamity Ganon fight with a Flurry Rush. I suppose that Flurry Rush combined with the 6 Ancient Arrows, although I don't think he has all 6 of them still. But that will make up for the damage that he's missing from the Royal Guard's Claymore, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but yeah, also, Piston is an experienced 3 Ancient Arrow runner, so yeah.
It's true. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Alright, parry. I feel like all that might have to happen is a couple more parries if all else
Yeah.
fails, but...
There we go.
Yeah.
Getting a few hits in. And of course, Calamity is not going to give a laser. He's going to go to the wall.
Yeah, I don't think he was quite fast enough on that Ganon fight to not get wall. If you didn't know, Ganon is actually on it. You're able to finish Ganon within, I believe it's like 50 seconds. I could be wrong on that ticker, or someone correct me. If I'm wrong, then he won't go to the wall. So.
Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know the specific time either, but it did give Piston a chance to flex his parry skills as he sends the big long spear right back at Calamity to knock him off the wall, and now is well into his stun lock and going to be finishing here shortly.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like Noman. I'm trying to remember. I did a commentary with Noman on the Unrestricted tournament, and he was about the timing there. Very useful. No one knows this stuff.
Oh, Trevor must have gotten into the cave before the rocks loaded.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh no!
Trevor, no!
This is so tilting when this happens. It's awful. You just get repeatedly spiked.
Yeah.
Piston on to Dark Beast. I have nothing interesting to say about Dark Beast. Lit, do you have anything interesting to say about Dark Beast?
No, except I don't think he's gonna go for pre-fires, so there literally probably is nothing interesting to say about Dark Beast. Well, he did, and he missed it. So
he did go for it. He just had to prove you wrong.
Yeah, he had to prove me wrong, but then he missed it. So, he had a dead angle over and over and over again.
Oh man!
And his
you got
bomb
a bomb.
isn't blown up, so he's gonna.
It's gonna blow up your block.
Yeah.
It's frustrating for your final shrine split to have to deal with all this.
The dead angle's just the worst. Oh, and now he's like gotta climb Oh my gosh. Oh, that's frustrating.
There we go. Under control.
Yeah, the piano does go kind of crazy in Dark Beast, but it's about the only good thing about it. So we are gonna have sub 5 hours for at least our first runner, I think. Potentially also for our second runner. I don't know. I don't know the timings well enough.
Yeah, I don't know either. Probably about three-ish minutes for Blights, 2 for Calamity, 2.5 for Dark Beast. It'll be tight.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it takes, how long the castle split approaching Blights is. Piston up in the air to nail his final shot here.
Yep. GG's.
And yeah, GG's to the Zonai Zoomers. Did I get that right?
I think so.
we don't see the team names on the layout in our view, so trying to remember. Well done. That was a very nicely done run. I mean, to do in the 450s in a race relay setting with so many variables at play, that's very impressive.
Yeah. And like we were saying earlier, this is probably our most technical run in terms of tricks. So for nothing to go like terribly wrong is actually way impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're getting here late and didn't see the earlier parts of the run, Piston had 3 team members. They were Limcube went before him, and then Fluff ran the second leg, and Xiao Xiaomi ran the first leg. They had Xiao kind of spotted them to an early lead, and they were able to kind of hang on to that throughout the race. Trevor's team gained some ground and then lose it, gain it and lose it. It was kind of a little bit of a back and forth there.
Yeah. Hello, friends. I hear a lot of pings.
It's a lot of people here. GG's to the Zonai Zoomers.
GG's.
GG's to player Trevorkbecker, first of all. I hope I was asleep, surely. But yeah, GG's Piston for finishing. Piston had by far the hardest parts. He had like literally every major trick, and he pulled through.
Yeah, why do you guys gotta do Piston that way? That's rough.
I don't even. We didn't do anything. Like I don't know about the other 3, but they just gave me the easy parts. So I don't know. I didn't tell Piston to do it.
It's the opportunity cost of me not doing SCW is too big.
Yeah. Now I'm personally okay with my parts. I think I didn't get sucked back into the shrine in the 2 SCWs I did have, and the cutscene skills went fine. There was just some movement errors, but I had a pretty easy part. I am trying to actually get back into the category, the full thing, so it was nice to practice a little bit more than usual.
Nice to have an excuse.
Yeah, I was actually nervous because I never do races, but it was fine.
Yeah, you guys did really well, and it's like really chill for me even when I'm messed up, because we have a big lead.
Right.
Yeah, they definitely spotted you to a nice cushion there for that last segment. So even though you had a lot of tricky stuff to do, got to be a little bit reassuring that you could afford a few mistakes and not worry too much about it.
Even though I wasn't here, obviously also huge GG's to him, because I mean that Buffett, I know Piston was like lost his heart rate because he went for Buffett Dagger Key SCW.
That was not the plan.
What you guys were just gonna go the regular non SCW, grab the trident and do it normally?
I just told him to do whatever he does, like normally.
He got shot.
Sounds like you wrote him a blank check there, Piston, so I think that's on you, buddy.
Well, it went well. He showed off.
Yeah. He's a beast. Oh, Trevor going for fancy win might skip.
Oh, this is for the fans now, he said.
Let's see how it works. Korox Blorox.
How did Windblight feel, Piston? I know you don't find it that often anymore these days.
I'm actually wearing new contacts, so I couldn't see the spot.
Okay. But the fight,
Yeah.
I think seeing the fight made me grateful that we can skip him.
Oh yeah, like
randomly
I don't know why
teleporting
the
and we-
bow is doing nothing. Like,
I think he has like a headshots. He's like extra strong against headshots. I think him and Windblight or something. Him and Waterblight or something. And usually when we fight him like any other category, we do him first, right? So it's like 800 HP, but this version is like 2000. So I think it's actually
yeah.
noticeable this time.
Yeah, Piston, what made you decide to just fight him instead of reloading?
I'm too lazy.
Fair.
And also we like prepared for extra safety. We have the
1 million arrows.
Zonai Zoomer armor,
True.
and we have the arrows. So just like normally in a run, I would have to reload because I don't have the resource to fight him.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
extra elemental arrows made that possible, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like I would have probably done the same because it seems like, oh, this is no problem. We have so much equipment. After maybe reloading would have been faster, but just because Windblight is so weird, and we don't really know how to fight him anymore.
Because
Yeah,
I
he
also couldn't see
teleported
this
all around on you.
Hi, Rebecca. Also, your strats were amazing. I don't know if you want to talk about that, but it was really
thanks.
good seeing those.
What in particular?
I'm trying to think back. Maybe Newborn can help me.
That was the part that I didn't get to watch, unfortunately, so I don't know what special
Oh.
strats wordplay there.
What were
I
your
don't do
favorite?
VLSS a lot. Like if it's
Oh,
it's
true. Wind
the
bomb to
choice
Kima
between-
Kusasa, yeah. I saw that.
yeah, Takima Kosasa, I like Takitakar, or
We also
Dahesh,
did
like
a lot of
like that.
2021 strat.
Oh, true,
Old
and
school
Shodan
strats.
2, yeah. That, I think that's what Lit probably meant. The Shodan
Yeah.
2, the piston
Yeah.
boost, yeah.
Yes, that's what
Oh yeah.
Trevor getting a little bit of an unlucky fire blight there. Having a 2-cycle phase 2.
I was actually distracted by Trevor because I saw him turning back at the shrine when he was icing the fish. I was like, no, don't do that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously Trevor, super new to the category, but still putting through, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was really impressed by his movement and everything, considering like he's barely done anything other than any percent. It's pretty awesome, like how much he learns so fast.
True. You can definitely see the 80% zoom or movement shining through those
I'm
mid-airs.
sure he'll have something to say about his whole fire arrow debacle. Poor guy.
Yeah, he had to come in with an SCW right off the bat. I think it was kind of rough. It was a little bit of a struggle.
Oh, boy.
What's happening in Thunderblight?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
At least he can't die.
But we have the attack up timer.
Oh, yikes.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
It should
Because
be-
you guys didn't pick up the armor, right?
We didn't.
It's enough if he knows how to do the any percent way.
Which you should know, he is a
You should.
23.
I was gonna say,
right.
no, Trevor doesn't know anything about any percent.
I mean, you have to fire like 6 ancient arrows instead of 3. Otherwise, it's the same. I thought I broke my Forest Dweller bow, which was why... Oh no, Calamity. Oh wait, I think I'm ahead because I'm watching his feed directly.
Oh yeah, you probably are. No spoilers, Piston.
Okay, I'll stop.
Yeah, this should be right in his wheelhouse. He should be very comfortable with this this section.
Yeah, unfortunately the Calamity RNG is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he's not getting a laser, is he?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, he just
What?
stayed in his face, he stayed in his face.
Oh, this is dicey.
Oh. Oh, he's not going to the wall.
He's got ancient arrows, but no. Oh, he does have the Forest Dweller spell.
Wait, where? Oh, okay, manually.
Okay. Whew. There we go. He should be good now, right?
I think he can still attack now, but he shouldn't go to the wall. If you keep him perfectly in the middle, then he always lasers.
Instant laser. Oh my
Okay,
God.
nice.
Nice. He does only have 23 seconds.
I don't know if
he
there are
should be
any
fine
extra
there.
weapons.
Should be enough.
I don't know.
It'll be tight.
Depends on if you have any extra durability. You might have to do like a full rush at the end or something. It's okay. Or two, whatever. Should be fine. You can't die.
He's literally racing the clock here. Oh, he's good. He's good.
Tiny.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Oh.
The good
Dang.
ending.
That's impressive.
Wasn't scary at all.
Nope. Not even close.
Is he going to give us some sick pre-fires for the fans as well?
La noirceur de l'âme de Ganon enveloppe son corps. Cette aura le protège de toute attaque.
Rebecca, how did you feel about your race? Were you like gone through everyone else?
Mais je ne pourrai pas tenir très
It
longtemps.
felt okay. My overworld movement was kind of scuffed. I sometimes can't tell left and right, and I turned to the wrong direction. But I got all the SCW's storage first try, so that was way better than I expected.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Right and left is difficult.
True,
always.
Especially when you only slept for 5 hours last night.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah, I kind of got the easiest branch as well, so.
You had the second shift, right, Rebecca?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was the part that I couldn't watch, so.
I was gonna say, like, you guys gave Trevor what seems to be the hardest thing.
No, he signed up to do the end game. Seems like
Like
he's-
every time I look over, he's having trouble. Like I don't know what he was doing
just
with the
don't
snowball.
look at other people's gameplay. Just
He's not an
focus on your
all-shrines
own.
runner, Piston.
Yeah. Why are you being so harsh?
Chris had to do all the long SCWs. That was the hard one, in my opinion.
At least he didn't have any buffered SCWs in the last.
Yeah, he did get like a ton of like all shrines, almost exclusive movement, like getting all the way up to what's it called, Suma Sama. That's something
Yeah.
we only really do here, and then like that entire Gerudo branch in general, the Dakota.
He aced Kano though.
Yeah, because he does Canal Wind Bomb, he's like a zoomer. That's exactly what you need to do there. Like
Oh,
really
that's
fast
perfect,
Wind Bomb
yeah.
timing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you also have the Sheem to Go's movement, which is not particularly fun. GG's.
Welcome in, welcome in. I didn't see that. Oh, Orcrist. Hi, Orcrist. And hi, Trevor.
Hey, Trevor.
GG's.
What a
GG's
GG's,
gamers.
absolute train wreck. Holy dude. I've hit Sasakai every single time.
It's different in a race though, man. You know that.
Yeah, I guess. But I hit the pre-fires, so it's all redeemed. I basically won, right? That's
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
4x Blork skip, so you know.
Unfortunate.
That's like 20 minutes subtracted from your time right there, I think.
Exactly. So
There it is.
Give me the crown, you know, I'll accept my my Tears of the Kingdom copy. You know.
Perfect.
I heard when is that dropping?
Oh, I don't know.
That prize was announced earlier by Orcris, I think, who happens to be here, which is perfect timing.
Yeah.
I think he
Trev
said
said Trez said that it's in the mail.
yeah.
Oh, it's in the mail
It
already.
is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, early copy. Oh
Yeah,
god,
What?
we're gonna get the threats.
You guys
To
gotta
bump the
do
game.
the death match though to figure out who gets it, because there's only one copy.
That's true.
Just
I
split it in
forfeit.
4 pieces.
Hey,
I think Lim wants it more than the rest of us.
give it time and a place. I'll be there.
Hey.
That's a lot of fun though. A lot of good practice. A lot of learning, but it's definitely worth it. I need a break from any percent anyways.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you did a nice job considering how new a lot of that probably was to you, and a little bit of learning on the fly. So hiccups for sure, but I mean that happens.
And not just new guys. He's never run all shrines. But let's make this absolutely clear.
impressive.
He's never run any shrine category before, and he was like, "Yo, I'm taking the final branch." And we're like, "You got it, bro. You got it."
I thought that all it was any percent. Basically, that's my thought process.
10% plus 30 shrines.
Yeah.
And 4 SCWs.
4
No big deal.
SCWs, yeah.
It's like a lot of plateaus basically, but you have the paraglider.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Orcris, how did you feel about your leg?
I felt great. I don't know when the route is supposed to activate Amiibo, so that was an unfortunate mental error because I was thinking somewhere before the race, make sure to check the Amiibo before you use it, and I just forgot. So
Didn't you use it at Shayota though? Like that was kind of confusing to me because I thought you would have had the text box already since you had done Shayota.
It occasionally doesn't load if you use it's random. I don't know why, but sometimes the text box doesn't pop up on the first one, but on the next one it will. So
if you like walk up a slope as you activate it.
Yeah. So I forgot and got misled. So
that was.
I think that even if Trevor played like absolutely perfectly, I think that was the nail in the coffin from the start because it was.
I wasn't really worried about winning. I just wanted to like have a good branch, but Sasakai completely threw me off. But I think I did it.
I think you had the most hype showing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I had a good time. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I think we all did. It was certainly fun from a spectator standpoint to watch and to commentate.
Mm-hmm. We were talking about how cool it was to also have so many people who are so invested in this category run it, from Orcus to Piston to Lim, like so many people who kind of really helped develop this category into what it is today. So
yeah, I'm like the boomer in that regard, and then Orcris took over, and then Piston. I don't know what Piston's doing with this run at this point, but I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, all the big names from the past 5 years were involved in it, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He's not here.
Yeah, ZDI and Zand, we had to get in there for like the ultimate relay maybe next time for the 5 versus 5.
Yeah, we couldn't coerce
for
Bings into it either.
Oh, and Johnny. Okay, we gotta get the 6 versus 6.
And Moon Swing when he doesn't have a schedule conflict.
True.
Right.
There's so many people.
Smitch and DJ both held world records in there at some point too.
Oh, DJ, no DJ, absolutely,
man, DJ.
absolutely.
Yeah, but a very cool event. Thank you all for the work that you put into preparing to run it and plotting out and routing. It's a big project, and we all really enjoyed getting to spectate and talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, also big thanks to Cub too for hosting the whole thing.
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
definitely.
Yeah, thank you
thanks
for
for
hosting.
organizing. It was really fun.
Also, shout out to Tao because he actually helped us with the setup as well. Just want to say that. I know he was also commentating earlier, but with some instructions for setting all of the relay stuff up. But yeah, thank you. GG's to everyone. I had fun.
Yeah, GG's.
No, this was
GG's
great.
to all of you.
Let the countdown begin. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 days at the moment. The waiting room has opened. If for some reason you are not following all 8 of our runners, please, all of their Twitch names are on screen right now. Please, for the love of God, give them all a follow for this amazing showcase that all 8 put on. As well as Orcris, Tau, Litbooks, and Newborn Insulted. Wow, talking is hard. For doing the comms for 5 hours, and look, as much shit as I give him, this wouldn't be possible without Trez doing everything in the back end. So big thank you to Trez.
Shout out to Newborn for just being willing to, like, I just messaged him earlier this morning, was like, please come commentate with me because I don't want to be talking for 2 hours by myself.
Yeah, to you as well. It's a big job.
This was great. I don't know, I just figured one last send off to a game that's been a part of a lot of people's lives for the last 5 or 6 years. So we will see what the future holds. Any final thoughts before we head on out for the evening?
All Zonai shrines, bad chest. Next relay coming soon.
Yeah, 7 years when TOTK 2 comes out, we gotta do this again.
Yep.
Oh yeah. If you liked what you saw and you're like, wow, I want to figure out how to like skip all these shrines, go join the Breath of the Wild speedrun Discord server. It's a cool place.
Of course, we don't actually have that command on this. Hold, please.
Yeah, and just another quick thanks to, I mean, Cubs is the one who kind of came to us with this idea in the first place. It was sort of his brainchild, if I'm not mistaken. So it was a great idea, and we're appreciative to you for doing a lot of the brain work for it.
Mm-hmm.
I just come up with stupid ideas and figure out who I can get to actually make them happen. Look, the last one I had was the 72-hour Hundo Marathon, so thank God that didn't happen again.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah.
TOTK Day 1 Hundo Relay, anyone?
Okay. Let's say this now. We better have at least a 2-month moratorium on any restream for Tears of the Kingdom. Let everything kind of cook for a little bit and actually come up with routes.
Agreed.
Yes.
That will be it for us here on the main channel at the moment. Gonna head on over to ZSR2, where the showcases are in full force today. Twilight Princess Rando has not been on ZSR in several years, and I guess all of a sudden we're ready to have them back on. So they're in the middle of one of their community races. We're gonna head over there. There is more on ZSR tonight. Linked to the past Rando Survivors of Hyrule race on at 7 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour and a half from now. And then tomorrow, grand finals of the Ocarina of Time Randomizer Season 6 tournament will be here on ZSR about 10 Eastern. So please keep an eye on the schedule. If any of those sound interesting to you, please come join us. Or that's not the schedule I was looking for. Thank you, bot. Okay, that's from the relay last year. Okay, helpful. But the ZSR schedule is floating around here somewhere. Please give that a look. This has been amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this. Until next time, everybody stay safe, and we will see you back here soon. Have a good night.